I think what I might want to do before getting the stream going is throw another log on the fire. It's starting to get warmer. It's not quite as cold as it has been through the winter. Soon enough we'll get to the point where I'll be doing live streaming and there won't be any point to a fireplace cam. I don't think that there's any summer replacement for such a thing. Like, you don't get to have ice cube cam. But for now, it'll get fairly warm today. But it's also taco day, so I might as well make it good and warm. I'll see how that goes, because it's another live stream day. So that should start up pretty soon. And, honestly, I have to scooch even closer if you expect to see me. I can show you a couple of things today, such as the soft clock and the dub plate plugin. But I'd also like to code some other plugins. Let's see, can you start, please? There you go. And then it goes out, and then it starts up. There we go. I got a couple of other ones I'd like to do. So we're going to see how many of them I can do today. Just going to get my audio cable out. You know, a while back I did a whole thing of getting a different cable and setting it up and having it be a much nicer arrangement. And then I realized that I had it all set up wrong, and the kind of cable I was using didn't actually go with what I was doing. Like, what I was using was a optical cable, and I'd got a different optical cable set up where I could patch it to the laptop and run it into the plug that was handy. And it didn't occur to me that the plug that was handy was also a fiber output. Laptop is a fiber output, and so was the other fiber output. So in order to swap them around, I'd have to like crawl inside my studio desk, and that's not happening. So, and hey, Guybrush Deepwood, kind of keeping an eye out for a chat there. And we might as well jump right into coding stream. That being what we're doing today. And I had just told you a couple of things that I'd made. And I believe, yeah, I've used these. I have a working soft clock and dub plate component. A number of things I have in mind. I would like to dial back Bezier comp to its original form and execute on it, probably including the mono version, which will be an end-to-end plugin. Bezier comp itself, that is a stereo plugin, and may or may not be linked to stereo. Haven't really decided on that one. And just below that is decrackle, and I'd kind of like to do that one, although I have less of a start on that. But the thing about decrackle is if I do that, it'll be more exciting for me to do my vinyl records and start posting those as well, because I like showing people like the music I grew up on. It saves me the trouble of making music of my own, which I should be doing, but I'm not. But cleaning up some of the surface crackle off of stuff like some of my Rolling Stones records, things where you can in fact post them, gives people a reference for the sound I grew up listening to, which I think has some things to recommend it. And I've been showing people how to do that for quite some time now. Fire is going real good, as you can see. I've got water in the kettle up on top of the stove there. And it's going to be really warm going into this evening, and so it'll be still probably pretty warm by tomorrow. Another thing that I have, well, first of all, let me, oh, I know what I'll do. Yeah, this. I tested out my dub plate plugin on this. But what I can also do is load up Airwindows soft clock. So there's a variety of things that I can bring out, and I've moved on to where we can most likely, assuming I can get it together on Wednesday and Friday and so on, because I want to be developing plugins actively rather than simply porting them on Tuesday and Thursday, which can be stream days for this week. And that means this plugin could come out as early as next week if all goes well. Or the dub plate plugin could come out as early as next week. And I also need to run a variation on monitoring because it was good enough to demonstrate that, ooh, a dither fan, nice. It was good enough to demonstrate that I should be including that high pass on the side channel in the monitoring plugin itself. I mean the mastering plugin itself, sorry. Funny thing though, dubplate ended up doing stuff weirder than I would put in mastering or mastering 2. Dubplate ended up doing stuff to compensate for the fact that I was given a real live dubplate recording. I think it's one of my UK guys came up with their master tape. It's a digital file anyhow, their master audio, and also the dub plate that was made out of that, except for that's not true. They did not give me that quite, and it confused me until I realized what was happening. What they'd given me was the dub plate version recorded and a digital version that had been clipped for volume. So it confused me a little bit until I worked that one out. But it gave me enough to where I could work with it. And I was going back and forth between the laptop that you're looking at and like the desktop computer here, which I'm able to run Airwindows meter on. And it did a lot of detailed analysis with essentially the mastering meter, Airwindows meter, and got it to be pretty darn close. But in so doing, I had to take the high passes, the side channel high pass, and also a main channel high pass, and do something I've never done before, which was run a saturation on only the part that was getting removed from the high passes. So there was this slight leaning out of the bass, even in the mid channel. And so I did an IIR filter to do that. And the side channel had a interleaved IIR filter followed by an IIR filter. I'll show you the code in a moment. And what I ended up doing is you do this filter to produce the treble removed content, this low frequency stuff that's a very gentle slope, honestly. And you subtract that, but instead of simply subtracting it from the audio, giving you the high pass filter, I subtracted that with a sine function over it. And what that will do is make a very gentle transition from the subtracting to, as higher amplitudes come out, not subtracting the bass after all. And that was enough to bring the dynamic qualities of the low end. Because again, this dub plate stuff is typically electronic music. And that means it has to be able to do deep subs, but it changes them. It changes them quite significantly, as well as making them more mono. And I pretty much got there with it. So that could be coming out this coming week, if you like. We'll see which one goes first. Samir Udin is asking, Reaperlax a good sampler? I would keep an eye out on the Surge XT related project Short Circuit. Bacon Paul is working with his friends on Short Circuit, and that's probably going to be the sampler that I'll want. However, for just firing audio sounds, like if I wanted to throw drums into something, I would simply use Surge XT. I just use Surge XT as a sampler, because it can't do anything very complicated, but if you're firing a one-shot percussive sound, its wavetable can do that. And then you can do all of the synthesizer stuff with it as well. So that certainly doesn't count as a good sampler. But it's what I would reach for, because I don't use good samplers. I just use stuff for whatever, to the extent that I even make music, which is like I'm mostly making plugins instead. Speaking of which, Soft Clock, I bet you never heard this before. Let's take this and bring it down to 4/4. And stop this stuff. This is a wavy noise. It's essentially a frequency. You can also hear it here. Or low frequency. We can give it more accents. Or less. And speed governs where this pitch swoop hits. Like there's a swoop. It is a sine wave that is going from DC up to a note and then back down again. So it is an indeterminate click. There is no click. There is no specific spot in there where the time reference comes through, and yet you can kind of feel the swing of it. If you can't feel the swing of it, you can turn it down until it's a sway. At this point, it's basically a weird kick drum. So you can't really entrain to this. This is a siren. That's because the pitch swoop is moving too slowly. Although you can do things like, say, we'll set the count to 3. And you can hear where you are even at this slow of a speed. But then as we increase the speed, that acts much more like something that you can entrain to, because it's a swing. You feel the swing, like the swing of an arm. And you can kind of work out where it's supposed to hit. If you were swinging a drumstick to hit a drum, and that was where the motion was, you can kind of pin down a click out of that, even though it's not a click. Here's some pens. But there's no specific spot. It's kind of arbitrary. And you can make it less arbitrary by increasing the speed. That will increase the apparent entrainment of the motion being implied by this. It also tends to make the pitches go up. There's a lot of fiddly little math for dealing with that. So if you want all the pitches to be a lower frequency, you drop boost again. The idea is if you make small nudges to speed, it should also go up in pitch a little bit as you do. Also, when speed is high, the attack is a little faster relative to the decay. It's acting a little bit more like a kick drum. Pow, pow, pow. So that's a very distinct time, whereas this is not at all a distinct time. So where does this come into play? Well, you notice we've got tempo here, and the tempo, of course, can do whatever you want. You could go for typical dance music tempos. This is calculated out accurately. It's just that you're only hearing a sine wave. It's a slightly distorted sine wave, just to kind of emphasize the attack on it. We've got count and tuple here. I'll talk about swing and big beat in a moment. And I'll be doing this all over again if I do, in fact, end up releasing it next week. That, or we can wait. If we go to, say, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2. You notice we've got accents. But you also notice that the time is being conveyed by a sort of ramping effect. Hey, John Dub. Well, it's good to see you. It's good to see you, Smurfton. Skychip, everybody. And because it is not only doing accents, but it's also putting a ramping effect on the regular beats that aren't accents. Keeping an eye out for how loud this is over the speakers. Let's say we go to, say, 16. Now this is fairly slow, so maybe we're going to want to take the tuple, and rather than counting quarter notes, we'll count eighth notes. That's the rhythm of a hi-hat cymbal for a typical rock beat. 16th notes are more like a tambourine going up, down, up, down, up, down, but your typical rock beat with a hi-hat is going to be the eighths. So the idea is that you have the, it goes up to the downbeat, and you can have snare heads wherever you feel you need them, but the amount of space in there lets you process what's going on. And this can become important if you have an odd time. That's not necessarily an 18-8 or an 18-4, because all the things other than the 4, 8, and 16 and 32, those are straight beats. Like here's 32. So you can use the ramp to know where you are in the rhythm. But then when you start doing weirder things, and the weirder things that I chose were 7s and 11s and 13s and 17s and 21. And I based them around similar. This is based on some of the stuff that I've done with the arrangement cards that I did, where you've got like a 17 and it's counted as 773, meaning that you might want to come up with a melodic thing that repeats once and then does a little additional thing. Or we can find another one if I go through a little bit. I'll find one that goes a little longer, like a 19 that is a 5554. Let's see if we can find that now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's this 19. This is a 19 that's counted as 5554. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And the ramp helps you find where you are in it. You can increase the accents or diminish them. You can slow it down. So that it's a deeper throb, in case that's more helpful. And if it feels like it's a little frantic, we can also cool it off by lowering speed. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. And if you make up a guitar riff over that or whatever, you can use this clock behavior to find where you are in it for overdubbing additional things, just keeping everything in track. But wait, there's more. Let's say we have this 19, because we're doing a 19, and if you remember that it's all in 5s except for there's an additional 4 right on the end, you find where you're at. I'll pump it up a little bit more because we've got other things here, namely swing and big beat, supposing it needs a triplet feel. Now trying to count a 5554, a 19, but it's triplets, that starts to get more challenging. But if you can feel the rhythm of this, you can find it and you can play along to it. I don't really have anything that I can play with it, but we'll leave that alone for now. And if this triplet isn't very good, 0.5 gives you a different triplet, because swing goes all the way to 0.66 of a delay. And it's shifting the timing based on a rigid tempo that's moving. So the underlying time is not being modulated, but you're only hearing the sort of pitch swoop variation on that. And it's definitely a triplet. You can hear. Now I'm thinking, can I get an instrument and play along with it in some way? I know, I'll get my bass. It's not going to sound nice, but it'll make a loud enough noise that you might be able to hear it. That's too hard, I think. I think that's too hard, so... So you kind of get the idea with that. I just made that up on the spot. Not that it was especially good, and the fact is I can't actually play this bass on stream, not plugged in, and have it be any good. But even what little I had of it there, you could hear that I just made up a bass line, which was largely fives. And then there was a little tail bit that was a 4. And at first I just left one of the notes out of the 5, and then I made something else up. And I did all of those things while playing along with this 19. Counting it wasn't a problem because it was doing this. And I wasn't able to do it doing it in triplets means it would be not only 140, but it would be 140 triplets. And I think that's beyond my abilities to play. It would be like this. I could probably play this on drums or hand drums. And now I see maybe you're wondering, what's big beat? Big beat is taking accents that are not, and I think it's only certain accents, accents that are not the downbeat, the 1, and being able to delay them. So swing always delays offbeats in triplets, and accents come through undelayed. Big beat does this. It's more easily heard, perhaps, if you have a simpler beat. 1, 2, 3. So the one at the top of the ramp is the downbeat. 1, 2. So we've basically got a snare backbeat, which is the other. Let me see if I can do it in 4. So if one of those accents is a snare backbeat, the whole idea of doing this is having stuff not be too rigid. And again, we can swing. But if we don't have it swung, the downbeat is the top of the swing, and then you throw a little bit of this big beat in there, and the snare backbeat will hesitate a little bit. I'm thinking in terms of like the famous drum beat in Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Boom, boom, boom. So if it's rigid, even though this is never able to become completely rigid because it is soft clog, that's still pretty metronomic. But when Ringo played on Sgt. Pepper's, he's doing a human beat rather than a clock beat. So firstly, I think there's a little bit of swing in there. I'm again thinking of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band Reprise and thinking of what that would sound and feel like as entrainment, as arm motions. And there's going to be some delay because one of the things about Ringo's beat is that he used heavy sticks and was not a large man. And so his snare back beat is always a little bit delayed. Let's pretend his drumsticks are even heavier. So you set this up like this, and then if you need to lay down that particular drum beat, you go, okay, it's got a little tiny bit of swing, and it's got a heavier big beat on there, and then you lay this down on the track. It needs to be recorded to the music like it was an instrument, because you want to be going off of the recording of it rather than trying to have it sync up every time. And yeah, you'd be playing the right-handed drum kit left-handed as well. And honestly, I think as hard as he was playing on that track, you would use a high speed setting because it would go along more with him really wailing on the drums that way. If you wanted to do something a lot more mellow, you might cool it off like that. And we haven't actually changed swing or big beat very much. It's just continuing to do, and again, I can take some of this stuff out completely. And you can hear what a swing does. And also that it will become more mechanical if you remove it completely. And when there are no accents, there's no change in pitch of any of this, but you can hear where the snare sits because it delays. And you can do weird things with it. And you would be able to automate it, but you still want to track it to one of your tracks in your mix. You want the final version of this to be a pre-recorded track, a AIFF or WAV file, because that's exactly what it's meant to be. It could also come in handy for like dub techno or whatever. Here we'll give it an 8. Slow it down. So if you've got it set up as this kind of really indeterminate time reference, then it's going to give you see, we can delay the parent snare hit. Oh, it's much like a wub bass, in fact. And you can have a triplet feel, or you can simply swing things a little bit. I feel it often sounds nice when swing and big beat are kind of together. We can drop it down into low bassy frequencies. Again, if you were making percussive sounds along with this, and granted, I should turn it up a little tiny bit if I'm having it down this low. You can find where this beat is. And play all manner of stuff over it as a human being. This is what you do for being able to track a whole bunch of stuff and have it groove together without stressing out. Because if you're using a click track that just goes, that's stressful. It doesn't feel like something you can swing with, whereas this is nothing but swing. If you want to, say you go, I want to do more of a triplet thing. Okay, let's turn up swing a little bit. Not even all the way to one of the fully triplet sounds, but and then let's change the accents a little bit. And maybe the snare place is not what we're putting a snare there at all, so we remove big beat. And the way that it goes up and down still orients you to where you are in the bar, which is handy when you do this. Oh, not that, never mind that. We're on 95, but we're doing okay, we're apparently doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's like 8, 8, 1 or something. So let's not do that one. Let's do something else, like trying to count that one and find out what it is, because it's in this slow dub techno-y mode. I can get a clearer idea by increasing accents and or boost and or speed. And I can back off swing to really get a clear idea of what it actually is. It's a 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. So we got that going on. And then as we add the swing, we still have a 13. The way I've got count set up is typically if you go up by 1 or down by 1, if you're not changing to a completely different count, it'll change the subdivision by 1. So we're on 5, 5, 3, but we can go to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there you have that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's that. And then if you swing it, I do have a practice pad thing over here, which means I can put a sort of tea tray on the ground. And when you do it like this, you end up being able to like throw fills and things in too. And this is basically something that's been working pretty well with my experiments. I think it's something where I'm going to be able to use it. Although this is a coding stream, it's getting up to the point where I need to make another cup of coffee and maybe switch over to demonstrating a different plugin. Because I've just spent who knows how long just walking through Soft Clock, and that's fine. That was my intention. But we've got coding to do, and I have another thing to show now that everybody has left. Because I've driven everybody away with Soft Clock. Maybe it's not the one to come out next week after all, huh? Maybe we don't want Soft Clock after all. Maybe we want something else. Something like dubplate. Dubplate just looks like this. And you enable it, and it does this. It's a pretty close model to what I measured off of the actual dub plates that I had. It's taken a little of that bass out, but it's doing a lot more to things like highs. Let's bounce around in this a little bit. Okay, so bypass, and you're not getting to hear the raw signal, but you're hearing stuff over my speakers, so whatever. Dub plate. It will go a little bit louder, and you also have to be sure not to drive into it too hard, because this is capable of, this is not a clipper, this is not a loudinator. You need to go into it more gently. But then if I turn it back on again, we hear the DAW version again. And it has less depth, and it has more brightness. Here, let's do another one. here's one that has way too much bass, and just the highs are too bright. A lot of stuff is just not going on very well here. Dubplate version. Everything just gels. Everything immediately glues. Because that's what this is for. You can turn it back off again. And some of that low bass, you're probably not hearing it, but you might get a sense of it, is in fact stereo low bass. This is hell on stereo low bass. It's going to really remove the stereo lows a great deal, because that's one of the things that you do cutting dub plates. Back into finding weird stuff to hear. Okay, this is a very annoying sounding one. The cymbals and things are obnoxious. The lows aren't good either. And we'll turn on dubplate. And you know, that didn't necessarily make things quieter, but it is doing that, yeah, you would. Or something like that, because it maybe depends. So here's the deal. Where this would go, it depends what you mean by mastering plugin. You don't apply this and then add like peak limiters and stuff. This needs to be the last thing there. I made a mastering plugin in order to do like minor corrections and things, which can do some of the same things that this does. Like this replaces some of the things that that does. You would be putting this in front of your final dither. You'd be putting this after any dynamics processing that you're doing. And it cuts high frequencies quite aggressively. I think it cuts the high frequencies more aggressively than my actual mastering plugin can do under most circumstances. But it doesn't have a dither built into it. So I would put it like you wouldn't necessarily be, you'd be using the mastering plugin or this. This is the quick and dirty way of making stuff sound like it's coming off of a dub plate. You would replace the mastering plugin with this and then use something like monitoring, and that would supply your dithering. And it doesn't have its own, like if you were using this, you're not using a peak loudinator, because it's meant to act like a dub plate. If you're going to make something that acts like a dub plate, you're not going to put peak clipping in there. You don't put peak clipping on a vinyl record. So what you would do is do your mixing into this to get the final behavior that you want, and then perhaps run mastering after that, but don't do stuff with mastering after this. You certainly wouldn't need to do as much. This whacks the high frequencies very aggressively. Let's check another one out. Alrighty, okay, so this one's fun. And you can see that it's going to 0.38. In fact, I can even... It only wants to select a certain size, doesn't it? There we go. So you can hear this is obviously a very electronic track. This is off of an album that I did a while ago that could come out on Bandcamp at some point, I suppose. And this is the raw version of it. So we got a bunch of highs in there, it's got extended lows. If we put on dubplate, we do more aggressively what you could already do in mastering, but with some additional tweaks as well. This is assuming that you badly want to get that particular style rather than just optimize. So check this out. everything kind of comes together. It's no longer swinging as much super lows, but they're still there. Take it back out. And our super highs are doing certain annoying things. But put it back in, and we've just reined in the extremes so that our mid-range elements become very obvious. It'll also be more possible to crank this on a big system, but you're going to want to be careful not to just have it be clipping. Because see, we just got a 0.45. But the way the bass comes through this is not exactly the same as you would get in just using, I would consider this to be like one of your sound effect things. I'm going to correct you on that, Jonathan. Don't use a safe clipper if you're using this. And don't bother using elliptical if you're using this, because this does that for you. Dub plate aggressively makes everything act as if you ran through a full mastering chain that was set very conservatively and really took away anything that was going to bother it. Let's do even more exploring and finding other obnoxious things. There we go. So that's pretty aggressive. To the point where it's extremely loud on my speakers. Because I got those subwoofers there. They are showing what the super lows are doing. But this is the kind of sound where if you tried to cut it to a dub plate, it would be really weak. And you wouldn't be able to get level out of it. And then if you brought it into a club, they wouldn't really be able to turn it up very loud, because it would just all be sort of rumbly, ugly noise. Like, it's all very well and good to do this, but the amount of boom and tinkle in there gets in the way of being able to turn it up. Whereas then you can do this. And this is the same thing, but off of a dub plate. So it's removing unnecessary stereo bass and tightening everything up a lot, meaning that I was able to turn the playback system up from 12 to 17. And we've still got deep bass rumbling around there, but it's been kind of restrained, and especially if it's stereo, it's been restrained. So you could cut this louder. Again, I'll remind you, if we change it to the original version, you have to do this. This is how it was being mixed. That's the dub plate version. And yeah, it holds for all kinds of things. Here is an attempt at an upright bass sound. And it's rumbling the lows a whole bunch. But if I put on dub plate, even without changing the volume level, yes, we're removing the volume of the bass, but it just starts sounding more realistic. Like, hear that snap? It doesn't sound as physical in the raw sound and then it starts sounding a little bit more distant and like a real space when dub plate is engaged. And that's because it is restraining the high frequency tizziness, much of which is supersonic, bear in mind, very, very aggressively. Bounce around to a couple of other ones. Okay, listen to that hat. Hear how bright that hi-hat is? Listen to how bad it is when you don't do this. It's a terrible, terrible mix. But then when you put dub plate on, it kind of pulls it together a little bit. What's this, I wonder? Here we have excessively bright ride cymbal. Here, I'm going to bounce around a little. Okay. This one's meant to be kind of like AC/DC. And it's mixed to be mid-rangey. It's not set up to be all crazy and stuff. But check out what happens when we put dub plate on. Everything kind of sits a little bit better because we're relying on the mid-range as aggressively as we are. We can do the same thing with other stuff too. Okay, that's just obnoxious. Here we go. Check this out. It's like a metal-y thing going on. Also notice how loud it goes. When we turn on dub plate, we're actually peaking a lot hotter than we were. We're peaking like a dB hotter than it was. And that's because everything's being translated into the mid-range where it's more useful. So on that note, what I'm going to do for a moment here is switch it over to a track, and I'm going to go and make myself another cup of coffee because it's 12:05 and the afternoon is for coding. And we're going to be coding new stuff. I'm just showing you some of the stuff that I've been working on that can come out this coming weekend. So with that, I'll be right back. Okay, here's a good example of something that sounds good in dub plate compared to so that, of course, is not at all a real saxophone. But you run dub plate on it and it starts sounding a lot more like it is. And of course, you can run dub plate on individual tracks as long as they're stereo tracks. It doesn't have to be only on the 2-bus. But that's a whole other story. So yeah. That's where we're at. These are going to be made into VST plugins. Jonathan, I was honestly wondering, although, bear in mind, would I rather release like an album like that on dub plate, or would I rather just run each of the tracks through mastering, perhaps including the elliptical EQ, and tune everything using meter? Dub plate is a one-size-fits-all effect. It is there to attempt to, and it might not, I could see if I get better references. Like, I did not get the primary dub plate manufacturer. Ideally, I would continue to get examples, and I would get examples of multiple people who were using the real UK dub plate manufacturer of the day. This is not that. This is a different dub plate manufacturer, not the premier one, and not the one that was constantly booked literally all the time. If I could get somebody else and better masters, because I would also like to get the what was brought, because what I was working on in this instance was a track where I was comparing a literal dub plate that was recorded off of vinyl record. So to some extent, I also need to not get too busy emulating the vinyl playback. But also I was comparing it to a master which was clearly, and I think dub plate 2 would be a different one, like a better choice of that. But I was doing it, comparing it to a master that was clearly flat-topped. In fact, I can show you that, even if it's impolite to like, we're not going to play this on stream, but this is what I got. So there's the dub plate, and here's the digital master, except for, if you even briefly look at it, let's get to a nice kick drum area. So you can see that's what the dub plate was. But if I go to roughly the same spot, honestly, I can maybe even go to exactly the same. Well, no, it's not going to be exactly, is it? .422. Here's 422. Thereabouts. So some of it looks fine. This is fairly comparable. It might not be exactly the same drum hit, but look at what's happening. The dub plate version clearly is done off of an original recording that has not been clipped. Whereas the CD version, which this apparently is, it's the same original track, but you can see how much it has been clipped. It's not the exact same moment. If I try hard, maybe I can even find the same moment. Let's go and find the same moment. How about here? We're not going to listen to it, but zoom in on this section here. zoom in on this section here, which is the same thing. And it's very plain to see what's happening. So I could do better for reference than this. What I got was this. See, there is that point, and there is that point. Having some trouble moving it around effectively. That's fine. We'll sort it out. So yeah, here's the difference, and this is what I had to work with, although I believe I can shrink this down a little bit, can't I? Yes, I bet I can. Yeah. So that's an even more close example of this is what I had to work with in making dub plate. And you can pretty well see the high frequency content is very different. The bottom one is the CD version. The bottom one has also obviously been clipped in the digital processing, and that's all I had to use as a comparison, so it was tough to do it properly. Ideally, and if somebody's able to do this for me, I can go and ask, repeat. I'll put this plugin out, and then I'll go, okay, so would you like a dub plate too? Somebody give me both the recording of their dub plate and also the master they gave to the dub plate person. Not your CD master, not your loudinated version. This is what I had to work with, but this has also obviously been clipped for volume. And so I was never able to really nail it down. I was never able to really get it accurate. I got it pretty accurate. It's really behaving pretty well, but the difference between these things is simply too great. And it doesn't have to be that way. But what it would mean is I need presumably one of my UK folks to have been working at the time that this particular dub plate company was operating, and they'd have to have access to one of those plates, and they'd also have to have access to their original masters, not the CD version that they produced, especially if it had gotten remixed later. This could have been remixed later or something. But I was able to get as far as I had. You see that I've made variations with like isolated side channel and so on. And that's because I needed to listen to specifically the side channel to hear how different the high passing was on the side channel than it was on the main channel. And then I ended up having to include a little tiny bit of high passing even on the mid channel. But the side channel, that was the real killer, where I knew they were going to have very aggressive high passing. Because if they didn't have that, they wouldn't be able to just run a lot of amateur, and I'm not saying that's amateur, but they would also, the dub plate people would be running amateur electronic music into their system and trying not to either break their lathe or have stuff that didn't play because it would skip and so on. So what they would be doing is just whacking the side channel with aggressive high passing. And that's what dub plate does. Honestly, you know what? I feel like getting a start on this. I've got Bezier comp to work on. I've got decrackle to begin, because I haven't actually got decrackle begun yet. But I want to also move on mastering. And so let's jump in and start that as well, and it'll give me further things to work towards. No such thing as too many projects. Note that I still have denoise on there, and denoise is literally the one that the guy asked me for to be along the lines of a plugin that he knew about that somebody was doing that was like some kind of gating thing that was a multiband gator. Anywho. Cocoa View means stereo. Mastering 2 means the follow-up, meaning that you get to still have Mastering 1, even if it's very similar. I'm going to keep it as the original one came out, and then if you load up an old project with it, then it won't have changed its behavior on you. And that's something I take very seriously. So this new one is going to be Mass U rather than Mass T. Because in alphabetical order, it goes TUV. So, oh, except for I just did that wrong, but I can fix it. So the following version becomes Mass U rather than Mass T. Now we're just going to copy these things over and bring in that high-pass filter because it needs its high-pass filter. Also, if you do the high-pass filter in the Mastering 2 variation, it has things like the ability to do aggressive EQs and a safety clipper and dithering. So it can be brought in an appropriate place. And you have a variation on the really, really aggressive high-frequency filtering that dubplate has. It's just not designed to be as much of, I don't know whether you'd call it an emulation. You could call it an emulation. Dubplate is really designed to get a sound as aggressively as possible. And mastering is designed to invent a sound, and that's significant. That's a very significant difference. So let's see, we're going to copy all of this stuff straight over because we can save a little time doing that. But we're going to need to allow space for one more control. But it'll be fairly easy to manage. Also, we are not going to be including a high pass as such because Girth does that job in the mastering plugin. And we're not outright replacing it, we're just adding an additional feature. In fact, the additional feature will be executed before we hit the Girth stage, because it'll clean up its ability to work with stuff. So it'll be happening earlier, much as if you were using the dubplate plugin, you would put it first and then the second, and then work with what the dubplate plugin gave you. So let's see, we copy that. If we didn't, I have now. And paste that in there. And then we're simply going to, let's see, final one needs to be the dither one. So let's see, let's increment everything except for the very first. Glue can come first, and then the high pass, the side pass, will come second. And we'll use the same thing. In fact, I can probably literally just use elliptical. We'll piece this together from various, well, no, hang on. Okay, here's the thought. Do I want to, how many things do I have in elliptical? Let's see if this crashes from opening too many projects at once. I'm going to open all the projects at once so that I can orient myself and see what I'm doing. Because we're going to be copying from here too. So we've got that going on. And elliptical does in fact use 2 parameters because it's a proper elliptical EQ rather than a quick and dirty thing. Quick and dirty thing being a dub plate. See you, Guybrush. So then the question becomes, do I add 2 more parameters? You know what? You could simply simplify it somewhat. I'm debating this one. Okay, it'll go from 6 knobs to 8 knobs. That'll still fit in consolidated. Tell you what, let's do it. We will take mastering and we will take elliptical, and elliptical gets built into mastering and that becomes mastering too. There's 2 parameters to mess with, yes, but and we can run it first in front of glue. I don't think glue would... Well, hang on a second though. Whoa up. Here's my challenge. I'm using the same basic code from elliptical in in dub plate. But here's the thing. Elliptical is from Hermipass. Both of those are able to really carefully sculpt the low frequency cutoff. It's a mastering grade high pass filter where you can really shape how it cuts off. Thing is, as used in dub plate, I am not using nearly any of Hermipass. Submerged I might have, if remind me what you said. I could show you. Let's see how many of these I can open before the program crashes. Wait, that's not even on the... Hang on. Open recent project. We'll open that. So we got mastering, mastering 2, elliptical, and dub plate all open together. Watch this. It's amazing that Xcode hasn't crashed yet. We're not trying to build everything all at once, though. So here's stuff from elliptical, but it's all been cut down and simplified. And elliptical has lots of extra poles of this filter, but that's not what this one uses. So what I could do is just take this, only this part, and have that be the high pass, because the side pass is not as steep in dub plate as it is, let's show you elliptical. Whereas this is what's in elliptical. It's taken from Hermipass, and this is an increasing number of poles of filtering, and they're all offset filters as well. So basically the way this works is there is a interleaved IIR, that's 2 IIR filters that take turns to run, and then there is an additional one which is actually exactly the same filter frequency, but it's running on all of the samples rather than odds or even samples. And that's part of the heart of what makes elliptical sound the way that it does. And then we've got all these other ones, but you know what? Dubplate doesn't use them. It doesn't use them, And when you engage them using Hermit Pass, you're tightening up the cutoff to the point where it starts to act a little bit resonant, which is not necessarily what we're going to be wanting to do here. So for mastering 2, I'm thinking we'll just take this part of elliptical, much like I did with, although the funny thing about it, I had a feeling that, yeah, in fact, I'm pretty sure when we're actually doing the processing, here's our filters, and here is the amount that it gets applied. New A, new B, new C, new D, new E, etc. That progressively brings this in as if it was wet-dry filters. And it's applied to this temporary variable, and then that gets subtracted. I could even be a little bit cheeky and use the sine function that I used in dubplate. Because here's the thing. See where it says side minus equals correction? That's how you do a filter. But I'm going to show you a special trick in dubplate. We're doing this stuff, we're doing the filter, but check it out. Side minus equals sine correction. That is allowing the low end that's being removed to be very faintly expanded as it goes. It's not likely to ever become a very big effect, but it adds a certain punchiness, a slight nonlinearity to it, and that's also happening with the mid-channel. And that's why if I walk out of the room with something that dubplate is on, and it's removing a huge amount of big sloppy bass, if I walk out of the room, I can still hear subs. That's because it's not quite like just a plain old high pass. It's leaning out the bass in significant ways, but there's still some muscle behind it. And I think we can do that with the side channel of let's be closing things. How it mastering 2. So, where are we at? And then my question becomes, do I want this side pass to be first or second control? Because it's going to be first or second control. How about first? How about the very first? We can but try. Let's see what we can do. And we duplicate this guy. We're going to increment all of these as we go. I think in the VST that will end up being like a side pass with 1S because I only get 7 characters there in the original VST design. One of the quirks that I have to deal with. And this needs to be updated too, doesn't it? Default param G. Well, hang on. Whoa up. Oh no, it's still correct. Because you see these are all the number variables rather than the option. And this becomes G because this is the option, and we do have this many parameters, and that's the dither, so it matches and everything's cool. Alrighty. And param A, side pass. Then we've got to increment this. If this goes well, with a bit of luck, I can jump back into that Bezier curve compressor, because that'll be fun to play with. But part of what I do on days like this, which is usually Wednesday, but this time it's Tuesday and Thursday, because I felt like I could put a little extra energy into it today. Part of what I'm doing is also being available for people to ask me questions. And that's arguably more important than what we're doing here. Good heavens. Oh, no, wait, I haven't copied that stuff over yet. So we got this, and then I'm going to need all this. All good. We're good. It needs all those things. And a little bit more. So, boop, and then I'm going to want to take stuff from, I'll put it up at the top because it'll be the first control. We've got all that. Let's go back into elliptical, but we're not going to take all the bits of elliptical. And we're going to use cutoff, but I'm calling it side pass. And we're going to use FP flip and only 3 of the IR controls. Here's how that's going to work. Oop. Those go away. We'll save that. That's all we're going to need going forwards. Because again, the way that I worked out side pass was that it barely even used the third IIR filter on the side channel. It was really very gently sloped. And I'm pretty sure that's what's going to work here. So let's go into this part now. Going to go through to G, and then we're going to be copying a bunch of stuff but also changing it around just a bit. Namely, we use all this but we don't call it parameter F anymore. Get parameter value strings. Exactly the same, but it must be parameter G. And now we do this, except for we're going to doctor things a little bit more, but it's basically the same idea. We're taking literally everything that was already there. We're moving everything down one, which is mostly leaving it the way it is. Replacing all this, but they're all 0 to 1 anyhow. But now, this needs to be param G. And the rest of that stuff is all 0 to 1, meaning that I can just take E and turn that into F. At which point I have to change all of these details. But that's all I needed to do. So now we got parameters handled. I'm seeing how quickly I can get this done. Also, bear in mind, like Somerv Tim, here's some relevant thoughts on mastering, seeing as we're working on literal mastering too. It's not all about changing the sound for some kind of commercial purpose necessarily. You could be doing, I will be doing stuff even though I'm not targeting a commercial audience. As I get like I don't know what I'm going to do about this upcoming album. I've got like one track done and then I've bogged down because I've bogged down in like voice tuning and stuff. And I anticipate doing things differently going forwards. So it's like how do I put out the stuff that I was doing in like 2022 or 2021? I'd like to put that out on Bandcamp. I'm bogging down in it severely. But here's the thing. The primary part of my mastering process is essentially going through the tracks that I've done, and I can show you. Here's the main computer. Here is a track that I did just recently. This is what mastering is as I understand it. I guess I'm not going to be doing, oh no, wait, no, that'll work. Content Peak, I do in fact have mastering plugins there, but they are set to default, so that's fine. They're just there to test. And I hit play. You can't really hear very much because it's going to an optical output. To my mind, this is what mastering is. I am investigating things using Airwindows meter to see what my mixing was doing that I wasn't able to hear at the time. Like, to what extent is my stuff not working the way I want? And it's showing stuff like doing the these spikes are not what I anticipated. I was just mixing freely without reference to if I'm doing these bits right. And I got a sound that I liked. But when I now measure it, I see that some of my high frequencies are really aggressive. And I can turn like Airwindows mastering on, and it is set to, I can make those spikes go away using this glue control. See, now they're gone. I would be doing that. I would be studying things like this, seeing how my music worked, seeing where, like, maybe I would decide the low frequencies are so far below 40 hertz that I want to pull back on girth a tiny bit. And so I might do that. You wouldn't necessarily hear the result terribly much, but I'd be able to dial it in to where I wanted. Maybe the high frequencies aren't exactly what I would want either, but I'd be adjusting those things based on what I'm seeing on Airwindows meter, because it's showing me stuff that I don't necessarily hear first time out. So that would be me aggressively taking away the high frequency stuff. If I didn't, you'd have this. And then if I bring it in, I can decide I want it to be bright, but I want the brightness to only poke up this much. I can see where the overbright gets excessive, or maybe I want the glittery area to fill up this entire range and then stop here. And I can do that in mastering as well by boosting scope a little bit. And we can really kind of boost the glitter zone on that quite aggressively. But the spikes that I had are still not as great as they had been, and I get to adjust things like that, which are maybe more subtle than what I was hearing in the initial mix. And the initial mix being just the raw output of what I was doing, listening and going elsewhere in the room and hearing how it came across there. So that's, to my mind, mastering is being able to bring it into a different context where stuff is revealed. And in this way, me using Airwindows meter, I developed it in order to be able to unearth stuff that I wouldn't always hear first time out. And I'd be able to adjust it along those lines. And yeah, you don't have to do that. It's the sort of thing that you can do if you feel like going there. but it's not a necessity. Depends upon what you're trying to do. And yeah, so huge eye trip. Well, I thank you in return for caring and liking the stuff that I do. So tell you what, let's get back into this zone. Because we're kind of walking through this in order to produce a mastering 2, which I can then, like if I wanted to, put it out as early as next weekend. But we do also have the soft clock and that dub plate. Either of those could come out this coming weekend. We shall see. And then there's also other things too. You have no idea. There are so many things that could happen. The question is, should they and will they? Boop. So there we go with this. And I'm going to skip over to elliptical just for a brief moment because we've got... Oh, no, that's not it, is it? Hang on. Here we go. We're going to skip over to elliptical because we've got some stuff in here that needs to be included. Otherwise, we're using uninitialized variables, and that occasionally happens to me and is never good. It happens to many people, actually. I recently saw in the Surge XT Discord server, like Bacon Paul made a mistake. He overlooked a thing. I forget exactly what the thing was, but he overlooked the thing. He was like, "Oh, damn it, I feel terrible. I should not be able to..." And it's like, no, you were a human being like the rest of us. He's much smarter than me, but it's encouraging to see that somebody that smart can still miss a thing. And now, lastly, we're going to go into here, having now reset all of the stuff that we needed to reset, which is lots. And we're duplicating this section and then moving it all over and then including that high pass. Yeah, Smurf Tim, that's fair. Some of this stuff, the stuff I was playing earlier, which I called Daily Noise, the reason a bunch of it was all screwed up and it was too bright or it was too dark or it was just weird gems, some of it was cool, some of it was very much not, is because that was literal daily music. The whole point of that was I recorded it, and then at the end of the day I had to mix it, and then I was done. I think I may have deleted all of the work files at the end of the day and it was gone. All that exists is the mixdown that I made. And that was part of the discipline of it. That was part of the concept. It was like a music blogging, but where Jonathan Coulton would do thing a week, and that was considered very challenging. And I know some other there's a woman whose music I'm enjoying a lot on the on Blue Sky at the moment. It's a local, lives in town, and is putting out a really cool track each month. I was completely prepared to do just audio blogging, and I did stuff for I don't remember how long I was able to keep this up. I took on too much and I had to stop. But it was daily music because I was trying to get into the studio and record and make something literally every day, and then mix it and be done with it. So it was like whatever I did, that was what it was. And that is the opposite of getting bogged down and trying to get it perfect and right. And that's because I had spent time, like I had spent years remixing a single album, Dragons. And I did release that for sale, and I have sold a bunch of copies of that. It's not on Bandcamp, although it could be. I could put that on Bandcamp. But that's the album that I kept returning to and I kept remixing and doing over and over and over again. And it turned out that wasn't what I wanted. Jonathan, that sounds like what I was doing. perhaps with more like, if you're doing 3 tracks a day, it's probably because you're husbanding some kind of system like this and running variations off of that. Because if you have to overdub things, that slows you right down. Like, you can't overdub that many things. John Daub has a quick question. Well, I'm going to get this moving, but then I'll answer the question. Because not to bog down on something like this, I can simply zoop down to the bottom of this and then hit copy and then hit paste, and I will have done the next right thing for this. And I can talk about the bass sound, because I did a plugin specifically for that purpose, so I do have an answer for you. And I'm able to do even better now that I haven't been recording. So boop. And then from here, that's the last thing I need to bring over from mastering, but I'll have something to bring over from elliptical. And as I zoom up to here, I'm going to be updating all of these. And now, here's my point for answering John. Wetany overdriven bass sound with plugins. My plugin C-Rig Bass uses the plugins Little Amp and Big Amp, one on either side. And I'm using a stereo bass so that each pickup goes to a different side. But John Wetton wasn't using a stereo bass. I'm using that because that's what Chris Squire was using. That's why it's called C-Rig Bass. I'm Chris, but also Chris Squire was a guy who did this. For a Wetany overdriven bass sound with plugins, try Big Amp. Try the plugin Big Amp. That's essentially what I'm using in C-Rig Bass. In real life, hang on a second, I've got something further to do. My fire went out. But I don't really need the fire to be that fiery today. It's warming up nicely outside. It's going to be like 60 degrees outside. The thing with that is that that doesn't necessarily warm the house up as fast, so it's not going to be hot like if it was summertime. If it's 60 degrees at night, I'll get a different result from that. It will get cold again at night, but what I can do here is throw this log on here, and it's going to burn, and then keep the thing here from going to the catalyst. And since that burns hotter, there it goes. Come on. Come on, you can do it. There you go. There you go. It's going to get going. There we go. Doesn't need much. Yeah, what I have in real life, as in the analog domain where I would prefer to do things like distortion and stuff, is a Sans Amp, a Tech 21 stomp box called VT Bass. And I've modified mine, but you can just get VT Bass and it'll do a very similar thing. So it's a Sans Amp VT Bass stomp box is what I'm finding useful for that. And the reason is it's got like its little 3-band EQ and stuff. And you do get to do overdrive, but it has a mid-voicing which is designed to act like a Ampeg amp sounds like. Whole thing is voiced to deliver that sort of honking Ampeg bass amp kind of sound. And you can make it fairly. I've got mine set up to work with the RIC, where the RIC bridge pickup is feeding into part of the circuit. I got really aggressive with hacking with the thing. And the mid-range can be turned up to the point where it's sort of hovering on the edge of a squealing feedback, but it really delivers a rattly, clangy Chris Squire Rickenbacker turned up to a million dB kind of sound to it. And I can dial that back if I want to have some of that energy. The reason I do that is so that the energy can be similar to the Airwindows meter behavior of a distorted guitar, so that they can kind of blend together, and so that I can have a real aggressive mid-range hit happening on the bridge pickup, although it is not itself distorted as hard as the neck pickup is. Let's get back to this, although I will happily bounce over to any other question. We do not have to be stuck to this, but now let's see. First, before doing that, let's go and increment each of these, because my controls are now updated with the exception of this part here. So A becomes B, B becomes C, C becomes D, D becomes E, E becomes F, including here. There we are. And F becomes G, and we're done. Now I bring in the stuff from elliptical. Kind of eyeballing it to make sure I'm still right with it. Yep, but that is. So here's where that works. I want these bits. I don't think I have a cutoff plugin or a cutoff control in mastering, so I can simply copy them. So that will result in cutoff going up to 0.1, and that's as high as it goes. Because we have this. I'm probably going to simplify this later, but I'm getting the parts of it that work. That is this new A and new B and new C end up all being the same, so we're going to just keep it as that and rename it later. None of this matters because we're not using this many poles. None of this matters because we're not using this many poles. And we're going to pretty well do the raw functionality here. So what we're going to do is take this and copy this and paste this. Copy. And that's going to go in here. I think try simple. Maybe we want to put this high pass in front of what we're calling dry sample. And I'll tell you why. Dry sample is getting used as part of the Kalman filters, which I believe, at least Air is Kalman filters. Yeah, see, it's being used as part of that. So if I mess with that inside high pass, then it won't work the same way. And that will change what the air filter does. And so therefore, arguably we don't even care about that being there, but and do I want it before or after drive? Because it's a high pass filter on the side channel, but it is going to have a nonlinearity component. So if we were driving it extra hot, that would be saturating the part that we're removing from side channel, and then we have the nonlinearity in there, meaning that it will, if we drive it extra hot, then the side channels will be punchier and have more extra energy in them other than the plain ordinary high pass would be the same no matter what level we're at. So gain staging it where you back off the level if it's coming in too hot would also back off the nonlinearity, cleaning up the side pass behavior. So we want to do the volume adjustment before doing the high pass. So yeah, that is the correct answer. And also if we use the drive to push it harder, it will also drive that side pass behavior harder. And that's the kind of thing you'd want to have happening if you were trying to push everything a little bit harder, is you'd want all the behaviors you can identify by ear to run a little bit harder. So here we are. And here's our various stuff being done here. But we only have IIRC, so we don't have any of this. And when I calculated it out, I had it as pole C ended up being some small amount, but we're going to leave it as 1. So what works there is we just assume this happens and put it there, meaning that we don't need any of this. This is the incrementally bringing more poles in. It exists in like the Z filters, the X, Y, and Z plane filters, and it exists in elliptical, but it doesn't necessarily exist here. Plus, the way this is being operated, we don't necessarily need this correction stuff either, because that has more of an effect if you have many poles of filtering. We don't. We don't have many poles of filtering. So this can become very simple. Last drop of coffee. Temp equals side. If we don't use correction, then let's see now. Don't mind me figuring this one out. I might have removed that too soon. Also, this is all stuff we have to replace. No question about that. Tell you what. RA plus temp. And temp minus equals, but you know what? If we simply make it be the IR filter, that's what this normally becomes. So we don't use correction. We've removed that. And then temp gets fed into the new filter and becomes the output of the new filter. And then side, which we have not been altering, minus equals temp. But we're going to do the same thing we did before. And I do not know whether I'm also using temp elsewhere, but there's one quick way to find out. And we've been defining it here in Air, so we can just, since this is mastering, I'm doing it all with excessive amounts of accuracy. Might as well do that with this as well. Not like we have lots of processing going on. This is just one of the things I'm doing only with mastering, just because the aggressive overkill makes sense to me in this context. No, you wouldn't be doing it in like console X because it needs to do so much. But in this one, we're just burning cycles, trying to get it all exactly right. And here we are. Sine of a long double. That's going to be expensive. And we're renaming this. They all become IIR side. And I have this spaced out this way because I'm pretty sure in some contexts I'm doing it in stereo. Oh, no, hang on. No, I'm not. I'm not doing it in stereo. I'm doing it on the side channel. Sometimes I don't use this. Sometimes I use this. If you only have one statement, you don't technically have to have the brackets. I'm not using one statement, I'm using multiple statements. I do have to have the brackets, never mind. See, it's got this little assignment here. So I do have the brackets, and so never mind, I wasted a bit of time fooling around. Normal programmers would have had that looking like this. I often like to have like things tucked all together and taking up less space on the screen. Oh, Gabriel, this one will probably use a little more processing power than that because it's wastefully using really large word lengths. But I do that. I don't do that all the time, but once I'm literally calling mastering, I have no problem just going full tilt bozo with it. Whether it matters is less concern to me. So let's see. We do not reassign temp. I might actually, no, hang on. Spoke too soon. Scroll up to the top here and it says new A. But what that needs to say is what I just was talking about. And since I only use cutoff in this one place, we can do that. And then we can do this. And then we remove that. And this is probably going to build, and it's probably ready to go. Meaning that I can, I don't know, scamper off and offload a little bit of that coffee I was drinking. But then also we'll get into the compressor plugin. Assuming this works, it probably will. There's not that much to it. We have simplified a lot of our stuff quite aggressively. Although this would be the first build, so it's probably gonna, yeah, see, some of my stuff on this retro computer, the first time you build it, oh, and look, kparam-g name defined but not used. What's that about? I've made a mistake other than the mistake I was expecting to make. And I bet I know why. If I close this, never mind all those other errors, and I scroll up to here, I bet what I'm going to find is that in that assignment of all of the parameters and stuff, where it tells it what the range is on the audio unit control, whether it's indexed or generic, whether it is a one with names or whether it's one with numbers, whether it's logarithmic, a bunch of things that the audio unit can do here. I bet it's going to have that G1 defined, but when it goes to what the G1 says, I will have forgotten to change an F to a G. Let's see whether that is true, that I forgot that one thing. Up here, don't mind these, those are not the problem. Those will be fixed later. Up here, here's param-G. Look at that, called it. In fact, several things were done wrong. So it needs to be this. I changed it to G here, but I need to change it to G here. And here. Having done that, this time it should work. Save, build. Build succeeded. No issues. Well, we've all got issues, especially these days, but the build did not have issues, so yay. It thinks it's happy, and if it has succeeded in building, I too shall be happy with it. And then we will be able to put out Mastering 2, and Mastering 2 will have a special side pass built into it that is like an optimized side pass for being a blend between what the it's going to be a blend between what elliptical is capable of doing, which is way more controllable than Hermipass, and what dubplate does, which is way shallower than what elliptical usually does. So let's see what we got. And I can open it up in a context where we can listen to the side channel, and that'll show us a lot. Let's assume that it is all done and ready to go. This is cool because I wasn't even anticipating doing this plugin today, but it's only 1:16 and I managed to do it. Let's see if it worked. It's one of the handy things from when you can bring stuff together from previous components is getting to have a thing coming out on a certain week. So let's see now, what would be good? Daily noise. I bet that has all kinds of nasty, bassy sound that's not appropriately located, but we could find out. Alrighty. Dum-de-dum. Effect stack. Oh, no, it didn't like that very much, did it? I fear it might crash. No. It needs to load all of that stuff before I can use the menu, because this is a retro computer. It's a very retro computer. Do I have a mastering? No. So Mastering 2 should be showing up here. There it is, looking good. I'm not going to be able to show Airwindows meter delineating the details of this because I can't run Airwindows meter on an antique computer running Snow Leopard. But what I can do is Golem. And when we do Golem, we can go between in phase and out of phase, namely listen to mono and listen to the side channel we're going to be altering. So that's technically mono. Oh, no, actually, I'm going to be wanting to have it after, yeah, I'm going to be wanting to have it after Mastering 2 so that I can monitor and listen to what it's doing. So here we go. Side channel. So now we are hearing 100% side channel, and that is where you can't really hear what glue does. You can see it on meter. All of these things you can hear what they're doing, but with this, got there. This is effectively taking out side channel stuff. Not only that, I can set it this high. This might get a little messy, but let's listen to what it sounds like when we use drive. Start it over. So now we're hearing side pass doing this. So we can hear a sort of thump. What's going to happen is, as we use side pass to create that IIR filtered thing, which is taking out lows, it's being subtracted from the lows. As we push drive up, it's driving all the internals a little bit harder, meaning that it will cause that saturation to go into the saturation slightly more, meaning that there should be a little more punch coming out on the lows that are existing in the side channel that aren't supposed to be there in the first place. So we can kind of hear subs a little bit here. And so now we can indeed hear a little more in the way of the subs peeking out. And again, those are not supposed to be there, but what I've done with side pass here is different from what elliptical does, but it's the same thing that dub plate does, is put in a high pass filter that also functions as a little bit of an expander right down at the bottom. So if we have very low drive, it's more linear because it's being gain staged differently. Normal, you can kind of hear the way that it exaggerates. Goes from this, which is too much lows. We thin it right out this way. But although we're cutting lows, it's allowing a little bit of that energy just so that it doesn't sound too dull. And again, no effect means it's peaking out well over the -6 point. Full effect means we get to take it right down. And then about halfway, we can tighten it a little bit without having a super aggressive effect. And the end result, after we have taken Golem back out and we're listening to it, when we have this sound, and the sound is, we'll set this up like this. We'll set this up so that it's not doing any boosts or cuts. Mastering is set to have no effect other than the side pass is engaged. You should be able to hear a slight difference from engaging this or not engaging this. I'll bypass everything. And then kicking and mastering 2 now. Take it back out. Put it back in. Let's exaggerate it more. And more. I think that worked. I'm pretty happy with it. The degree of subtlety. Oh, you didn't think skronk was a word? Check this out. Skronk. And then also absence of skronk. Listen to the symbol. It's all very subtle, but all of these things are useful things to do. It's kind of an upper mid-rangey thing going on. And it's all very tricky. It's like, this is based on a 4-band Kalman filter, unlike the Stonefire being a 3-band Kalman filter. And it was so unmanageable, I had to make it incredibly subtle, but also make the sub band be operated by, like here, girth. Everything's just bigger. Or girth being smaller. Whereas by contrast, if we instead did that with dubplate, it's an even more aggressive effect. Dubplate will give you effects for if you have no idea what you're doing and you don't have speakers that even can mix properly, and it'll still wrestle things into shape, whereas mastering 2, much like mastering before it, is where things are basically the way you want them, but you want to nudge it in various directions without really being able to hear what's being done. So yeah. Compared to the raw, compared to dubplate, which has brought everything in very aggressively. But mastering 2 is when you've got things basically right already. And you're just fine-tuning what already exists there. You would be able to see what glue did if I had Airwindows meter showing, which I can't on this machine. What glue does is manage extremely high frequency transients, but unlike dubplate, which does ones right down to where you can hear them quite easily, glue on mastering or mastering 2 now control those frequencies. If you're referring to meter and you have like a digital mix that is really exceptionally bright, and you're trying to tame the extent to which that brightness has an obnoxious digital quality to it, it'll bring those spikes out of Airwindows meter and have everything sitting in a realm that is what people normally accept from good sounding, exaggerated, bright, like from the 80s and stuff. So glue does that. And if you're not hearing it, it's either because you don't have those frequencies to remove, or your ears aren't actually hearing 20K, or anything like that. Basically, there's plenty of mixes where you can probably go from glue of 0 to 1 and not really hear a change, but it should change the texture of things. And while I'm at it, let me throw a dub plate on since you like it. See, instead of the mastering 2, we're going to do this. And I'm going to scoot off a little bit because I drank so much coffee, but I will be right back, and we're going to maybe even bring up Daily Noise again, but we're going to dial in Bezier comp to where it can be released in its original form. And then I'll worry about doing the gating and stuff on it going forwards. But I want to be able to put out the simplest form of Bezier comp because it had something going for it that was cool. And until then, be right back. I'm back. Thank you for bearing with me. I feel more comfortable now. Yeah. Interestingly, this is one where dub plate sounds really nice because that mid-rangey guitar sits real well with dub plate. If I don't have it, the bass is coming forth a lot more, and the guitar just doesn't have the ability to call out in the way that it does normally. As soon as I use dub plate, the guitar sounds like it's in a room. So yeah, cool. That's another plugin that I can put out. You can pick one of these for next week. Or perhaps the Bezier comp. And Jonathan, two tape versions that are multi-channel compatible. That's doable. I could do that. How badly do you need it, and which one? Are you desperately needing 2 tape 7? Or would 2 tape 8 do? Because I could do that. Nothing's stopping me from doing a 2 tape that's multi-channel compatible. It would have to be an audio unit, and there would be an additional audio unit that would be 2 tape 8 or whatever. 2 tape. Well, honestly, doing 2 tape 9, I actually have to come up with new stuff. 2 tape clear. And there would be a 2 tape 8 mono. Jonathan is a vote for dub plate this week. I think that is very plausible. I should be able to do dub plate this week. There's not that much to it, and it's already a stereo plugin, and I can make a VST for it, and you could have the dub plate this coming weekend. Anybody else? Let me know what you think about that. Is that as clear? In fact, I will go so far as to change the position of these. Like so. There you are, dub plate now first in line. Up goes to get cool. 2 of you, that's good enough for me. Dub plate is now first in line. Now Jonathan was talking about the SP1200 filter. That would be not here, but it's over there behind me, or behind this is another case, and in it is Dope-for plugins, and I don't have them in this case, which is currently on and running. But the Dope-for plugin that is, let me go and look. Dope-for A105 VCF SSM 24 dB low pass. That's the one you're talking about. It's a particular chip filter. It's a 24 dB low pass. I believe you can do resonance on it and stuff. And that would be the one. That said, that alone is not the SP1200 filter. But I do have a hardware filter which is literally that kind of chip. Like the thing about the Dope-for 105, they don't make them anymore because they don't make those chips anymore. It's literally the kind of chip. But the use in the SP1200 is related to, like, it's voltage controlled. So just having that filter and doing a decent job of modeling it. I mean, one thing that I could do is try to get, God, what's his name? The guy that does the glue and a bunch of various other. Oh, now it's going to drive me crazy because I know this guy, and he's a nice guy, and he's got a plugin coming out pretty soon that will be very cool and is available in BCB Rack. And he's been doing things like the WASP filter. And to accurately do the behavior of a WASP filter is pretty impressive. What's this guy's name? Give me a sec. Now I have to know. Or is it the 303 filter? He's done various filters. Cytomic. That's all I had to do. Yeah, you could try to get this guy to do it. He's making great strides in filter modeling. Doesn't do things the way I do it, but he does things in this whole... It's similarly to the way in which Nebula, like Zaphod from Nebula and so on, Acoustica Audio, they get to comparably good sounds not through minimalism, but through maximalism. And this guy's like that. Cytomic is like maximalist. So you could start there, like the drop. Look at all the awards he's winning. And he's got a tube screamer. Yeah, Andy from Cytomic, he's cool. You don't see that many plugins, but there is a filter plugin. There's audio examples, although I have to switch it over to be playing on the TV for you to hear them. That's playing out of my monitor. Yeah, so that is a plugin filter. That is Cytomic the Drop. If I needed to do plugins and have them really act lots like an analog filter rather than simply inventing my own kinds of filters, I'd be doing this guy's. I'd be buying his stuff. I don't think I've bought any of his stuff, although there are plugin makers where I would. There is, however, like the extent, like, ooh, one-sided tranny. Yeah, see, there you go. What do you need me for? Well, I'll show you in a moment, but... And then the high pass is pushed into self-oscillation. Okay, let's hear that. So that's cool. Yeah, this is Cytomic. Like, I don't own any of these plugins, but I knew this guy was good. Again, he's like Acoustica or whatever. It's like processing through modeling all of the individual circuit elements. And he really does. See, he's a very smart guy. His math knowledge is way beyond mine. I content myself with doing other stuff. But yeah, if you're looking for amazing sounding analog style filters rather than just Chris is inventing new kinds of filters, go to this guy. He's great. Meanwhile, we're doing something that Andy from Cytomic hasn't done. Having just done mastering 2 and dubplate, and he has not done a dubplate. Although I bet he would do a darn good job, but I think that my dubplate might have more in terms of the raw, visceral mid-range, which is important coming off of a dubplate. You don't want to simply model all of the tonality of all the filter elements. You want the underlying mojo of the track to come through as well, and that can be a separate issue. Let's see what we've got with these two things. And which of them I am even doing. Have we done both of them, or am I just working on one? Okay, this one hasn't actually been set up yet. Cool, cool. We'll do that later. This is the one I've apparently started with. So here's the thing. Threshold. I don't know what this is. Okay, Bez-res, that's the D-res behavior, so that is a kind of speed. Our speed and gate, I feel, are the... What have we got here? So comp, attack, release, and gate. Attack is based off of the Bezier curve. Release, I'm going to be removing. Gate, I'm going to be removing. Put those back later. Not worried about it. And then I think type stays. Because there were some details in there that ended up mattering. So let's see what we've got. Those things need to go away. We'll get back to them. If I build now, it will fail to work, and that points me towards the bits that I don't actually want. Let's figure out how to make this go. Threshold less than, not including that bit. We're not using this. This is exclusively the gate part. I'll come up with it again later if it comes to that. And then base sample L. What if we just don't have that there? If we just only have this, does this work as a compressor, or am I missing a trick? Stripping it out. I'm trying to make it simpler because we had a really good compressor going just with only this. All right, that succeeded. We'll replace that. Let's see whether we got to that first instance. Because, yeah, I had this working where it was doing some amazing stuff in its most primitive, like, proof of concept form. I want that. I want the proof of concept form to exist and be functional. And I probably want to open up different things other than simply daily noise because it's huge and it's taking a minute to load. Very old computer, this. But having done so, I can like fire up the plugin and then we'll see what it does on a bunch of different sounds. So there's that. So Bezier comp mono, here we are. Does it crash? No, it does not. Those don't do anything, but this does. What do we got? Okay, that's impressive. Alrighty. We're cutting off completely now. So clearly I missed a trick. Something has to happen to make that actually work. Wasted a bit of time futzing around with it, but that's fine. So, what do we got here? Samp L is what's going in. C thresh times 16. I could simply roll some of this stuff back. I bet that will get me something. Just changed all of this stuff around. So that's clearly the release speed issue. But I'm betting this is what I need to care about. So let's see. Okay, I better know what's happening. I better know what's happened. So I should be able to delete this, but notice what's happening. If input sample L is larger than threshold, then threshold is one of the things that I was keeping there. And that times threshold is less than Bezres, then do something, namely comp A equals comp A gate times 10, or B's comp B. Are we assigning comp A to anything? Let's just keep stepping back. I took too much out. That's my problem. If I put those things in, we can't go any farther with that. And can't go any farther with that, but that hasn't changed anything. Let's see if we have it working. We'll get it working and then we'll strip out the stuff which I'm not sure was actually working. And if it turns out the stuff that I did is also not actually working, then there's another problem. But whatever. That's kind of the job, is that there's problems. Let's see. Where are we at? Okay, so now, alien kittens this time. Can you compress? Yes. Can you compress if this is set to 1? That would be the gate. So if we compress super hard, this turned up all the way is our fastest possible release. Then attack is the thing that's actually the Bezier calculation. And this was the original behavior right here. Right here is what it was. The rest of this stuff is being added. So when you turn the comp way up, you can get it to kick in real aggressively. If we turn comp down, we can start clamping it, and when the attack is this slow, it's doing this funny thing. And release needs to be 1, and gate needs to be 0, or it's just silence. So there's a start. So one thing I learned is that we need to have release speed. Release speed is 1 minus, and cranked all the way up, it's 1 minus 1. Release speed ends up becoming 0. And if gate goes high, then that does something as well. So that actually also becomes 0. Now what have we got? Apart from this now does the same thing that those controls would do, what do we got? Bezcomp AL equals the maximum of AL or 0. So 0 times 10 is always 0. So the maximum of these or 0 is always the original thing. And A equals A and B equals B are meaningless statements, so this should also simply work. Meanwhile, Bez sample L equals min Bezcomp this times 0 or 1. So what's the minimum of 0 or 1? It's 0. But this is the line I commented out, so I wasn't making sample L be 0. And now I am. In theory, this is now that original code. Let's find out. If we do this, I can do the stereo and have the stereo function as linked. And I'm not convinced that I must, but I can. What can I load up that would be cool? That is perhaps not just my usual. How about this? It's kind of my usual. It's a little more natural than Alien Kittens. And in theory, these knobs no longer do anything. Let's find out. See, attack speed is very slow, so it heads and then mutes. And you can make it completely squished. But then if we speed up the attack, it starts doing something else. Interesting. So we can go to a really irritating fast attack setting. It's like sweeping down. And that's because we're doing a Bezier compressor that is literally at the sample rate. So it's no longer even a compressor at this stage. Slow it down. Slow it down. And again, that type control does something. Probably going to want to load up like drums or something. Type gives me the ability to have it be a little more natural sounding, I guess. There we go. That's a freaky, compressy thing going on. And the type being increased a lot changes how aggressive the motion is. And the most basic type is the most aggressive motion. And our maximum compression seems to be hanging around the golden ratio for some reason. Isn't that always the way? And then as we go into the fade, we're not hearing it any longer. And full crank on compression gives us literal dynamic inversion and smush. So that's interesting in its own right. This is all probably going to need to be tweaked. What I'm trying to do with this is establish a version that is the most aggressive form of this type of processing so that people can play with that. So it's fairly sensitive, it really is. I honestly feel like I might be going for the most basic of types here. Hey, Mel. I honestly feel like it might be possible to simplify it down even more than it currently is. Because this is the... Let's try this on some other sounds. That aren't simply full mixes. Here's a drum track. It's 96K. It should show us something. I think I was using this for some of my experiments. See what we got. See, that's a compressor style behavior. As we go to full speed, it's too fast to really have an effect. Slow down. And that's kind of neat, isn't it? We could even use a dry-wet kind of thing in there. Yeah, there's an inversion. Only the end and none of the attack. And there we have some of the attack, and the attack has been distorted extremely. Or we can keep only the spike. And here's a gatey-like thing where it's clamping down some of the decay. I don't know, I'm liking that initial type though. For what this is. Wonder if I can use comp to crank it more. Time to play with the stuff. Let's see what else we can make this do. Bezier comp mono A. So thresh prem A to the power of 3 times 16A. Where does this come in though? Oh, min Cbel times this, comma 1. What am I doing? Come on. Very good. So we can simplify it to that. Times 1 minus the minimum of, so that's why it's doing what it do. More gain, more amplitude. Needs to get louder. This doesn't get to be here anymore. But we need a dry wet. And we've got controls for it. And res here seems good, I think. Yeah. I could rein back the, well, actually, hang on. No, that's probably fine. Yeah, by the way, quick aside, when we talk about fuzz pedals, I'm going to be making them on this. What with recent events and the way things stand, I'm feeling a need to come up with a way of building physical stuff and selling it rather than having it be, like, I can't build physical things and have them be freely downloaded. Nor could I build a physical device and necessarily do it entirely in a plugin, because my goal there is I should be able to make stomp boxes based on the stuff I've learned from studying pedals like Analog Man and so on. I don't see why I couldn't do it. So overdrives and fuzz boxes and such, yes, I'm interested in that, but not so much in plugins in terms of building this. And I have a concept that I've been trying to come up with regarding how I would go about doing it. So, come up with pretty stomp boxes, probably brushed aluminum. I've got a bunch of technology going along there. Come up with designs that are very much Chris-ized, like my style of doing things. Boutique, I build them by hand, and I sell them, but not either at prices where I wouldn't be able to continue and I wouldn't have time to do plugins and everything falls apart because I'm not charging enough, or at ridiculous, unreasonable prices that nobody can actually afford. Instead, I'm going to see whether I can't do desert bus pricing. That's what these pages are for. Here's the concept. I'll make stuff like that, and it's boutique stomp boxes. I've got multiple pages here. Each can track the life of one such design. Once I come up with a design, there will be no prototypes. It'll just be number 0, and I build it into a pedal exactly the way that I would want, and I start using it. But it's also for sale. And it is for sale for $100. And if somebody buys it, the next one is for sale at that plus 7%. And so on. I call it Desert Bus pricing because Desert Bus is a famous fundraiser where they raise money for Child's Play and toys for children in hospitals. And they do it that way. You buy an initial hour of them performing, and every subsequent hour is 7% more expensive than the previous. They've raised millions of dollars doing this. That's not going to happen with me. What's going to happen is I'll be able to make multiple stomp boxes. And the more any given one design, and there probably won't be a zillion designs because every time I do, I'll start over at $100. The prices go up 7% each one I sell, and each one I sell is literally the one that I use. There won't be any extra ones. There won't be any like production runs or whatever. I'll be making them one at a time, and it'll be the one that I use. They'll probably be set up with like trim pots and stuff, so they're tuned to my ear on my instruments, and you're buying literally the one that I used, possibly the one that I used in no plans for Eurorack modules right now. If there were, it would be along these lines, except for that what I'm doing here is literally handmade from parts. No circuit boards, none of that stuff. Just literally handmade from parts. Point-to-point wiring. Like old amplifiers, you know? So the prices for Desert Bus pricing, and there will be no experiments, and there will only be double digits of any of these. There can never be 100 of any of them. There can only be up to 99. But getting there becomes insane because adding 7% of what the previous one was each time goes crazy real quickly, but not as quickly as you'd think. So I feel like this would be possible to get plugins into the hands of people who actually follow me and pay attention and are interested. But if anything started turning into like a Clone Centaur because I really had my stuff worked out and I made something absolutely amazing, firstly, nobody would hear about it. Then if people did start hearing about it, the first people who got them would be sitting on something that would end up being valuable. Because like first one, $100. Second one, 107. Third one, 114. Fourth one, 122. Remember, it's not $7 more, it's 7% more. And it goes on from there, 131, 140, 150, 160, 171, 183 for number 10. So that's come close to doubling the value of it if there were 10 people who wanted a particular one that I made. And it keeps going from there. 10's 183, right? So if there were 20, it would go up to 361. If there were 30, it would go up to 711. You want to know what 99 would end up being? We'll never get to 91 because 99 would be $75,789. But that's the point. It's like, I'm not going to start hand-making plugins and breathing in solder fumes and not doing any programming. No. I'm only one person. I'm like over 55 years old. I don't have necessarily that much time to do this. So what I'm going to do is when I do them, I'll make them count. And if nobody really wants them, that's fine. And if what I come up with, like I'll basically tell people what I'm doing. I'm not going to be super mysterious, but you're going to have to assume that if I, like maybe the way that I arrange the transistors matters. Maybe some of my more unusual choices matter as far as being the magical tone of the stomp box. You don't know. You could decide, oh, I'm going to make a printed circuit board and mass produce these. Go ahead. If people don't want to, like, let's suppose that I've made 40 of these things. In order to make 40 of them, somebody would have had to have been willing to pay $1,307 for number 29 or number 39. That's still within the realm of what people pay for Clone Centaurs, but let's assume what I'm making is not as good as a Clone Centaur. Good. Don't buy it. That number 39 will be my personal one. Every step of the way, you'll be buying my personal stomp box that I'm actively using and that I have because I want. So as soon as the price goes beyond what people want to pay for taking my literal stomp box away from me and owning it, fine, I'll just keep it. That's the concept right there. And it stretches around to a bunch of interesting directions. Like, I'm kind of interested in trying to make speakers that will outperform the NS10s for my purposes. I don't know whether that'll work. I can try. I have some ideas by which I could try. I've even got the speaker drivers ready for me to experiment with that stuff. If I was able to do it, I can make a couple of speakers and start using them. And if they're better than the NS10s, I'll be able to use them. And I can show them to people. And you could buy them for $100 and $107 respectively. Because it'll be like each. And they'll be basically handmade. I don't know if I'd be as willing to sell those because in order to sell speakers that I made of the kind I'm thinking about, those would be hard to ship. They will be very delicate. So I wouldn't necessarily be willing to sell those. But if I did, the first one will be $100 and the second one will be $107. Like anything I come up with that's physical and built with my own hands will work like that. First one, $100. Second one, $107. Every successive one is 7% more. For that particular thing, I'll have them on these pages. You see, I have a bunch of praises printed out. They all say the same thing. If any particular thing, like a stomp box or whatever, If I actually come up with one and somebody wanted to buy it for $100, that's not shocking. That's not a high price for a handmade boutique stomp box. If it went crazy and like 50 people wanted to buy it, good luck. That's not happening. They're not buying it. And that's because the first one gets it for 100, and number 49 has to pay like Klon Centaur prices, and they're not going to. And so at that point it stops. Except for it doesn't stop, because if anybody was really serious and wanted one that badly, well, you can get one of the ones that were previously sold for $100 or slightly more than that. Or you can get the one that I'm using, and that's how much it'll cost. And we will see how far that goes, but put it this way, it can only go one of two ways. Either people think it's a really dumb concept and nobody goes for it, so I build a couple of ones, and maybe somebody buys the one that I had for $100 and then it quickly runs out of steam, then I get to keep the one that is left. If the people who love them aren't able to keep up, then I still get to keep the one that I'm using. And that's fine. That's fine with me, because I'll also tell you, like, these are the transistors that I used. Go forth and build your own. Maybe you can build your own and use the same concept. Maybe it's not as amazing as like what I was able to think of with my attempts to make. Like, I've been buying things like RF chokes to put on the control. Those modulate radio frequencies, but I think I can tune them. It will not, because I'll have mine. And if somebody wants to buy one directly for me, well, if it was way higher, put it this way. If I do this plan right, and I've made 3 of them. The first one sold for $100, and the second one was $107, and then the third one that I have is $114. Why would anybody try to resell that for way higher? You're assuming that there's somebody who's going to be buying number 3 and therefore all the subsequent ones, and they could simply turn to me and go, "Oh, please give me your number 3 for $114, and I would sell it to them. Now, if somebody bought number 3 and I got all the way to number 52, I wouldn't blame anybody for reselling number 3 for way higher than $114. But then that's how this kind of stuff always works. And it depends completely. I'm not sure whether I would ship past a certain point. Why even charge shipping cost? And in the beginning, it's like, oh, I could do shipping cost, but yeah, I mean, it's all fine, because it's like I'll still have. The only way I would not have one of whatever it is available is if I've made and sold 99 of them already, and that's never going to happen because there's too many. 7% more starting at $100. Number 99 is going to cost you 75 freaking grand. Nobody's going to pay that. It will eventually stop. It will eventually stop. And as long as I'm designing these things for me, whatever it is I'm doing for me. So I'll get to use mine. And if somebody bought the first one for $100, that's good, because somebody who's following what I do and has a guitar of their own, or just wants to do it the way that I did it, wants to use the box that I used. It could be boxes that I used in a song that people liked. Well, you can buy that very one that was on that particular song, because I'll identify, like, oh, with this box I did this and this and this track, or maybe didn't even get around to doing it because I was so busy doing plugins. And, it's all good. Because, yeah, that's the way that goes, is if nobody buys any of them, I just get to have the one that I made, and I don't have to build a bunch more, because, like, if I come up with something that people think is stupid, they won't buy it, and I'll have mine. If people want to buy it, that's fine. If people want to buy a zillion of them, they're going to run into some problems, because there will never be a zillion of them. If somebody bought number 99 from me, I would not make number 100. It would be gone. I would not get to use that anymore. That's part of the ARC project concept of it, is that, like, a thing that I make along those lines, I will honorably go along those lines of making them one at a time. And it takes like 40 of them to get up into Clon Centaur levels. And I'm sure it won't like ruin my coding time too much, even if I made close to 40 stomp boxes one at a time, because that's how that would happen. And anybody else can use the same concept. If people are more excited to buy a stomp box that I designed from you, then you should literally do the same thing. It's like an artisanal concept for economics. And again, if for whatever reason finance decided that this was such a cool idea and they were that immune from somebody forging it and doing it exactly the way that I do, if somebody was that sure that they weren't going to get screwed over by some choice that somebody else made, making them and pretending that they were mine, then, so be it. So be it. If I started earning the amount of money that it would take to do the higher numbers of these little, I don't know if you'd even call them a production run, they'd be made one at a time. I'm not making sets of these. I'm not making them and shipping them out to music stores or whatever. This is only for me and anybody who's following along and likes the noises that I make. There's any number of other noises. Like, I have had a great deal of fun playing with Bastel Castles, and I have a bunch of the chips that Bastel uses for those things, so I could try to design a synthesizer along the lines. I think I would want to be writing my own code to do it that way, but still, I could use the same chips to make Bastel Castle-like synthesizers for doing weird techno jams and stuff. Oh, Bandcamp isn't going to do it. Bandcamp doesn't have physical stuff. I suppose they could, but no. This is not for records. This is not for mass-produced things. This is for stuff I literally made with my hands one at a time. I mean, I could do paintings or something if that's one at a time, but no, not Bandcamp. Bandcamp is like for music. Bandcamp is for, you can buy the record and download the FLAC and do it as well as I can, but anybody can do it, and it's only going to cost you your typical amount for a Bandcamp record. Or you can listen to it until Bandcamp tells you you've listened to that too many times. And Om Namah Shivaya, no, not necessarily, but in a sense, I'll be lucky anyhow, because I'll be able to do this in such a way that the occasional person might get involved. If they don't, that's fine. I have coding to do. I'm over 55 years old. I don't know how much more time I have to do any of this. Hopefully a whole bunch. We'll see. The way the world is sitting. Woof. But I'll be able to make some of these little stomp boxes in my little artisanal way, making them as nicely as I can, and I do have good materials. Like, I have good switches and switchcraft jacks and Hammond aluminum enclosures, and I'm working out ways where it can be like legitimately good stomp boxes, but my intention is for them to be used as well. And that's certainly what I would be doing. And then it just makes it certain that if I make anything that's actually that good that people really, really want them, well, either they will DIY it and do it themselves, or people can buy the ones that I personally literally make for myself, and it's going to cost them if they need to buy lots and lots of them, and it's all good. And I'm not even interested in auctioning them. It might become messy. Well, I'll put it this way. It might become messy if it was like an auction thing where, and you don't know that's necessarily the case. Nobody knows what I'm like making stomp boxes. If you're that excited about the stomp boxes, go and check out Devi Ever. She does very similar things. I think I have a number of, like, Devi Ever doesn't do point-to-point wiring. I can do a thing where I can use very similar transistors and things, but all the other circuit constants are not the same way that Bezier does it, but Bezier is a profound inspiration, and I'll be using some of the same chips. I'll be using, well, chips, shouldn't use chips. I'll be using some of the same transistors. Bezier makes circuit boards and comes up with similarly very simple designs using like normal printed circuit boards and capacitors and resistors and things like that. It's more normal boutique, whereas my stuff is going to be like freaky out there mad scientist boutique. But if the kind of thing that I'm doing sounds exciting, go and look into Bezier pedals, because that's honestly one of my bigger inspirations. She's got a whole bunch of different ones. And in fact, some of my favorite stuff is based off of, like, there is a one that she's got called, I believe, Helios. You can't get them anymore. If you did, they would cost you a bunch of money. Like, obscure Bezier pedal that you can no longer get directly would cost you hundreds of dollars, yes. But that is like a dark energy and a silver crank. And they're both based on this one particular JFET and one particular relatively expensive transistor, but relatively expensive for a transistor is like $3 rather than 20 cents, you know. And you can get Bezier pedals. You don't have to wait for me to do them. Look into Bezier pedals. I'm just going to try to take it to a different level by having it point to point and having like the circuit design be a 3D shape in space rather than simply a printed circuit board, for less connections and more in the way of like RF chokes on things in the right places. And I'm going to be tuning them to do exactly what I want. And then once I've got it set up and all the resistances and things are dialed in using trim pots rather than ordering 1,000 10K resistors or whatever, that one will be the tuned one that I'll be using, and that'll be the one that's for sale. And if I sell it, I'll just have to try to make another. But yeah, it's part of it is, if I am actually able to sell the things, then hopefully it'll be an inspiration to others. And I can even point people, like, if I sell enough of them that it starts to get stupid, and people are like, seriously? $1,000? You think you're a clown all of a sudden? And I'm like, no. That's just the rules. Here are some other people who are building things along the lines that I'm building. Whether they have got all of my secrets is another story. But there can be other people doing the kind of thing. There can be a little community there. Because, like, at that point, the originator of that kind of thing, people are still going to want the handmade ones. Unless it's just not interesting to anybody, in which case, no harm, no foul. So, yeah. So that's pretty exciting. I'm going to see how that works out. But for now, we were still busy doing something else. Hey, Grins. Hey, I was just telling people about a nefarious stomp box idea. Hey, let's take a vacation. Hey, we're doing a thing. I need to add that. And then and I'm going to have to add a dry sample too. There we go. And then Oop. My D key is going wonky on this old computer. Here I am talking about the stomp boxes going to astronomical prices, and I'm typing away on an antique MacBook Pro technically, where the keyboard is wearing out. At some point I'll have to replace it, but that won't actually be expensive. It'll just be all worn out. And there's a dry wet control. Input sample L. If wet equals 0, input sample L times 0 plus dry sample L times 1. You know, I'm not entirely sure what all of this was about, but maybe that's not that much of a worry. We'll experiment with that later. For now, well, let's first go here. Rather than attack, we'll just call it speed, because this is one of those ones where it does not have necessarily attack and release. Instead, we are simply chasing the input using a Bezier curve. Grants, I'll show you. I've been getting stuff done, Grants. I've been getting stuff done. Already this morning, I've got dub plate ready to be made into VST and released. And in fact, I've been asked to do dub plate for this coming weekend, which I think is reasonable. So you're going to get dub plate this coming weekend. I've spent half an hour at the beginning of the stream, or an hour at the beginning of the stream, demonstrating soft clock. I demonstrated it until people ran away because they were exhausted. And I have a mastering 2, which includes the side high pass from dub plate. So that should be pretty cool. And that's fairly easy to bring up to speed. And this is now the variations on Bezier comp, because I wanted to dial it back until I wanted to dial Bezier comp back until it was the essence of the concept. Ooh, making pizzas? Nice. So if all goes well, this is going to look kind of big and messy, but I can do this, and then I can quickly do the stereo version, which will become the VST. I don't know whether I want the stereo version to be linked or not, but I could make it be linked. It does this. This is what Bezier comp can do. See, they started out at like 0.5. So dry is normal, but wet starts sounding squished. Or extremely squished. I've just set it up so that I can get even more gain going. And if you make it go faster, it can become louder. So now what I'm wondering is whether I should be doing makeup gain. Because you see, here's the thing. Makeup gain can let through attacks. This is now only the attack of the drums. Or now it's even slower and it's doing something completely else. Listen to what it does in the fill. The speed is so slow that it's acting completely differently. It's very dependent upon the speed when we have it compressed this hard. So now we have a speed that's really stepping on things quite hard. So we can shape it in this interesting way. And then if we have the speed even faster, now we're starting to get something that's acting like a traditional compressor, except for we have this spike in the beginning. Now we have dynamic inversion. So I'm feeling, oh yeah, no, we could do all kinds of crazy stuff with this because this is Bezier comp. The decay rate is literally a Bezier curve. There is neither an attack nor a release. We got nothing but the amplitude of a, I'm going to say quantized, and that's not the right word. The amplitude of a bridge rectified version of the sound going in. When we have it super fast, guess what? Super gained. So now I'm thinking, what can I build into the gain to cause makeup gain in such a way that I can do this and have it be loud? Like I should be able to have this be loud, 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 loud. Because if this can be made super loud, we can combine it with dry and get like crazy go nuts noises, crazy compressy noises. So there's a thing. I wonder if I can make makeup gain be clamped by the amount of threshold. So yeah, so 0.5. I can make it go louder and louder as we go. Hopefully this will start sounding very impressive as we go. I do have a couple 3 hours more to, well, a couple 2 hours more to do the coding here. And if all goes well, I could have a Bezier comp that'll be worth people playing with, even if it is not the perfect one for console H, because the idea with console H is it would be nice to have some extra controls in there. But we don't necessarily need them. So that's clamped to 1. This is all fine. Thresh seems basically okay. Thresh is also a larger than one variable, except for the very tiniest amounts of it, which drop to less than 1. So what if we did So if we do that, we have the same value, except for it doesn't get to go below 1. So if I drop threshold to silence, then it doesn't actually shut itself off and go silent. Then the next thing is, if we're doing makeup gain, that might be fine, but it also might be desirable to take like the square root of C threshold. And the easiest way to find that out is to try it and see what it does. But there's one further trick. We can have makeup be a factor of the amplitude. So here's our output level, right? Input sample L is now our output level. So L, here's our makeup gain. And so what this needs to do is you're multiplied by C Bez makeup. But if input sample L is too high, we don't want it to be, because then it'll go crazy loud. So we could try something like this. Divided by times equals Bez makeup divided by input sample L. So if I start getting crazy high levels out of input sample L already, then it's still going to peak out at a really high number potentially. And if it was Fmax input sample L times Bez makeup, that's basically the same thing as clamping it to 1, which is doable. I can do that. Yeah, I'm no longer as happy with that algorithm. Tell you what, we can simply clip it, go from there, we can just clip the bugger to keep us from getting into terrible trouble. And for now, and that will at least show us what we've got. Well, we'll see you later, Don Luigi. I have every expectation of doing this again on Thursday. Usually it's Mondays, though. Wednesdays. Usually it's Wednesdays when I don't have the energy or the time to do heavy coding streams. I'll check in on Wednesday. This is a week where I feel like I can get a lot of rubber to the road, and so this is Tuesdays and Thursdays, and that's generally going to be my way. Is if I feel I can really crank on stuff, I'll be doing those 2 weekdays. And let's see what we've got, because I have now included makeup gain. And I have successfully built it. And we're going to see what horrifying noise this is able to make, and possibly calculate the makeup gain using a square root rather than what this is. Let's see how crazy this gets and how. Okay, that's immediately pretty loud. Yeah, that's too much. I already know I'm going to want to change that. Makeup gain is all very well and good, but also this lets me go to hey, check it out, I can do a thing. We don't need to do this. We can do square root of this plus 1. Then it always goes back to being 1 at its minimum. Because it starts at 0, and the square root of 1 is 1, so it'll gradually go up beyond there to whatever this is. And let's see what we got. Because we want to make it be louder, but we don't want it crazy louder. Build succeeded. I have some very specific ideas around how I think this should work. It might possibly be good for me to clip after the dry wet, because maybe it'll be good to have crazy peaks coming through on very subtle dry wet settings. We'll see in a moment, because we're first going to see whether this does anything useful. Cool, cool. Okay, liking this so far. Sweet. That was it. That was it. Square root of that. Check it out. And now we're getting spikes peeking through. So now let's play. Here's the gatey behavior. Heavy. Heavy and noisy. not only that, I'm not sure but what I can't even increase more of the craziness. Like, we've got it cranked up, but what if I cranked it up even more? And that's a nice aggressive part. That's a nice aggressive sound. Wet, dry, wet, 2. That's aggressive. So that's gnarly. Oh, is it reminding you of vinyl, Sim? I've been asked for that. Oh, this is aggressive as anything. That makes me happy. That's what this is supposed to be able to do. I just need to add more aggression. I mean, what's the point if you can't go completely full tilt bozo? So let's get back into this, because this is starting to look good. It's starting to look good enough that I can bring it into Bezier Comp itself rather than simply Bezier Comp Mono. It's going to soar plenty, believe me. Times 64. And the threshold can be power of 2, so it kicks in much more aggressively as it goes. Makeup gain seems perfect. No notes there. Wet needs to be labeled dry wet. That's normally what I call it, is dry wet. There we go. And this is coming together nicely. Oh, yes, save. Save, save, save. And lastly, let's see now. This needs to be in here after dry wet, and I'll show you why. I'm going to be able to do something with this. And no, I don't think I need these. I haven't tried this latest development, however, with this, but I don't think I need. This is what either clamps it to. I can engage a sine function there, which is not necessarily what I want. And MPi 4 goes all the way around to silence, so MPi 2. Let's get right back into it. Tidy little thing, isn't it? This is how big it is. Usually that's the way it is with the ones I make that are any good. Again, I showed you Andy Cytomic and his stuff, and he does amazing things. When I do things that are worth doing, they're usually this kind of very, very simple. It's as simple as that. So let's see. Have I done the changes I just needed? Yes. Yes, the clip is after the dry wet. And did I add the amount of gain? Yes, I think I did. Times 64. this works, I'm going to start throwing other things than drums at it, and we'll listen to what it sounds like over music. I'm not sure about what, maybe Final Sim was one of the things people wanted for the Donuts plugin. Okay. That's nicely aggressive without actually being any louder. Dynamic inversion. Now here's the trick. If we do the dry wet and compression is that high, but we slow it right down, now we're clipping our attacks. And the closer we get to dry, the harder we have to clip the attack to make it pop out like that. So again, that is completely pegging the meters. And we can probably still have it pegging the meters, even with nearly all dry. I've been listening to a lot of John Hopkins. Yeah, the developer from Audio Damage moved to my town and was telling Blue Sky about stuff like Underworld and John Hopkins, and I was listening to a bunch of John Hopkins. Okay, so dry. What wet's doing, and then we combine them, and we're clipping after dry wet. And so now it's become a gate. It's a Loudengator. I bet you could dance to it in the club and have an ethereal experience. Yeah, so here's how this works. You can have the Bezier curve kick in at any speed, and some of them will produce an enormous peak attack, much like this. So it changes it from a normal sound to this distinctly spiky sound. And then if we get this dialed in and we back off on compression, we're going to back off on the spikiness as well. And it'll do this. Love it. Love it. Smooth transition from the one thing to the other. Let's exaggerate that more. So this is a like 80s punchy sound, kind of like what you do with an SSL. Back off. And it opens up and becomes normal again. And we get to exaggerate that amount of punch to taste. Nice seamless transition with the compression amounts for whatever you choose to do with it and whatever the dry wet is doing with it. Okay, so here's a dynamic inversion one. There's just a hint of spiky attack on there, but then everything else is squished. Now what? Normal. To a nice overkill sound. So with this one you can modulate. I'm going to hear what this does when it goes into that final bit. Because yeah, we can set it up to do this. Pull it back. Then get it to crush like that. And I have not even yet done the stereo linked version, which will probably be pretty cool. Now drums. I'm going to loop that bit. So too much compression there. Cool. Let's see what we can make it do at full wet. Okay, overkill. I'm not sure it needs to be full wet. I think it really likes being dry wet. Cool. Cool. I think that's about ready for a initial release. What I need to do before the day is out is firstly snip that down to just 3 controls and then do my stereo version. So I want to hear what that's able to do on a fully stereo sound. It seems to me as if it might just be a really neat way to do bus compression. Let's find out. So here's how we go about doing that. Firstly, Let's do what I said I was going to do. 3 controls. Very approachable. All of those controls are freely movable. And the position somewhere in the middle is probably going to be correct for just about anything you could conceivably want to do. I'm shocked at how little you need to go to full wet. I did not bargain on having it kick that much butt with half dry and half wet. That's neat. That's neat, neat, neat. Dry wet, of course, does work as a ratio, but it's like beyond ratio. Dun da da! Bezier comp beyond ratio. 3 controls. Seems good. Oh. Well, here we are talking about how it doesn't need to be full wet, so let's have everything started exactly halfway across. I'm tempted to have the clip-only 2 algorithm in there rather than just hard clipping. Yes. The extent to which I'm able to use the clipping as a sound pretty much demands that it needs to be that. So let's open up one of those other plugins again. Recent project, mastering, contains the trusty clip-only 2 algorithm. And this is not it. And this is not it. But tell you what, this is. And there is no longer any such thing as Bez release, because we're not even interested in that anymore. This does too much without it. Not worried about that bit right at the moment. I'll get to it. I'll get to it, never you worry. One thing at a time. Who am I kidding? I never do one thing at a time. But here we go. Here is our clip-only algorithm reset. We are not doing release. This is way too cool without it. And we're instantiating that, but I'll take it away momentarily after I include what I must here. See, it's a little compressed chunk. It's larger than the entire rest of the plugin. That's kind of funny. But it replaces this. And what am I doing? Wrong thing. We can blank that, but we don't actually use this because we don't have input sample L. But this should be... Nope. What happened? How do I... Oh, I know what happened. I forgot some parts. I removed those, but then all of these still are there. So let's make that go away now. That won't take too long. Yeah, I forgot I was removing controls. This will go fine. But honestly, this should end up giving me a stereo plugin very quickly once I finish doing this. In fact, I'm probably going to clone this over to the stereo plugin and only then remove the mono parts from this one. And are you taking this long to delete these things? Nope, there it goes. Sometimes it gets very confused when I make it delete all of these things that aren't actually there anymore. Let's see if it takes it as long to delete these. Beach Ball of Doom. The fan on the MacBook is spinning up. It's really struggling. It's really struggling with that. It's probably taking every single one out and then recalculating its text window or something horrible like that. Bunch of stuff where it's like, no, what am I doing? It'll figure it out though. I assume it'll figure it out. See all those errors there? I think it clears all of the errors and then recalculates. So it just loses its mind and goes crazy when you're trying to delete all of those parameters all at once. I bet I could speed it up by clearing all the errors. But something about it is making it try to reflow the text with every little change. It's struggling mightily, but I bet it'll get through. It's not going to explode the old Mac. I bet if it even crashed Xcode, I would still be okay, because I'm pretty sure I saved what I needed to. But it sure is struggling. Can you hear it go? The old Mac's struggling now. It's melting down. We shall see whether it gets through. This is the most difficult thing I ask of this computer. I bet it will, but I bet it's all of those errors. I think it's clearing every error and then trying to reflow the page, and then clearing the next error and trying to reflow the page, and then clearing the next error, and so on and so forth. I don't think I can open... No, apparently I can. Okay. Maybe I'll see whether I can close Windows. Maybe it's multi-threaded. Maybe it's able to do more than one thing at a time. So I just clicked on that. If I click through and that window is not there, then it will switch me to the desktop. So yeah, I guess let's talk among ourselves while the computer tries to do its thing. It can't even close a window now. It's also trying to get chilly around here now that I don't have my fire going, but since it got really warm outside, that's not really going to be a thing, so I'm not worried about it. I'm not sure I've ever seen it hang so hardcore on a calculation. See, the windows are controllable. I can move the windows around, but it's trying to do something. And I can't scroll it or do anything like that. But in theory, we will get through to having deleted all of those bits of code. And in future, I will try to clear the errors first before doing this. Because whatever's happening, it's becoming very tired. And we can but hope that I'll be able to get through to doing the stereo version, having deleted a bunch of text, and then caused the poor computer to hang. It seems like a regrettable state. More conversation. Grins. Dude, I don't even know what to tell you. So far, my main problems are simply that my tax bill was 10 times higher than it was, but that's not really about the administration. That was about that I didn't invest as much in the studio last year as I did previous years. I started to get to the point of like, okay, I've got a bunch of stuff. I know getting stuff I can write off on my taxes, but I don't really need anything else. And what ended up happening was I hadn't invested in as much things. As far as other kinds of mess are concerned, like, long as we have to wait for this processing to be through. In fact, let me switch over to, I'll tell you when there's something to see on the other screen. You can kind of hear it going. How things are at over here. So there are a number of things that are going fairly well. In that, like I said, I'm on Blue Sky. I'm a little aware of some of the things that are going on. Some of the people that I follow to pay attention to things like this are like in the federal government, or they're lawyers or something like that. You really can't go to mainstream media anymore to get good information, because you just can't. You won't. Look into these people who know what's going on is a little more useful. Coffee hasn't gone too crazy over here right now. One of the good things that's happening is a bunch of the people who are negatively impacted by all of this, and I'm thinking of Black Sky basically. I'm thinking of Black Americans as a rule are kind of like, we're not the ones who dropped the ball, so we're not going to run around freaking out and making big demonstrations. You guys do that, knock yourselves out. That's actually the most correct thing you could be doing. Because what's going on is the, let's call it the administration, badly need bad behavior from their opposition to crank up their own negative behavior more. And they're not necessarily getting it. People are not freaking out and acting like radicals as much as the administration needs them to be doing. And so therefore, things are kind of dragging on. Lots of people are being fired out of the federal government, but illegally fired, and the legal system is taking action to try to get unfairly fired people restored, and it's working some of the time. The administration is trying to attack the mental well-being of people working in the federal government, and it's very distressing to people, but it's not completely working because it's too obvious that it's just an attack, that it's just demoralization. So it's weird and tricky, and one of the things that is ironically helping us is the fact that the administration, and I could say for whatever reason, honestly, they're just working for Russia. That's basically about what it is. They're too obvious in doing that, and so they're not getting the results that they might if they were more plausible and being believed more in what they do. It is psychological warfare, yes. It is so obvious in that it would be more effective if it was less obvious. And yeah, because the catch with all of this, these negative actions being taken are being taken in desperate haste because their purpose is actually just to break everything. So one thing that is happening, America is not going to continue being the cop of the world. They're not going to be the only giant military hegemon. It's like that's basically over. And that's not the most tragic thing, honestly. England went through that. The UK went through that. That said, some of the most negative assumptions about what's happening aren't necessarily going to be as bad as they look. Oh, Alex, people in the federal government are being fired wholesale by Trump and Elon Musk's team that he calls Doge because he's a fool. And they're being fired illegally. And they're being fired basically, they are trying to crash the American government. It's not necessarily going to work, but it's going to cause unpleasantness. But that's kind of a given at this stage. Like, it's going to be ugly, but they claim, oh, we're crashing everything because everything must be going over to the private sector and everything is going to be wonderful and great. That's not true. That's not going to make everything wonderful and great, period. But it's not intended to be. They're actually just trying to break everything. There will be some success in that, but I don't think it will be as epic as they would like to achieve. Pretty sure they would like to achieve a wild, catastrophic level of destruction because they're working for Russia, and Russia would like to see America absolutely flat out collapse. I don't think that's going to happen. It's too big. It's too distributed. People are not running around being wild. Yeah, it's accelerationism, but it doesn't necessarily count as acceleration if it's just enemy action. It's just geopolitics. It's just the Cold War turned hot. That's all it is. You can go all the way back and be like, yeah, well, I see why they're mad because similar things happened to them. At some point, it has to stop. But for now, this is the inevitable consequence of what happened. And it's being done by people who have just as much to answer for. You go all the way back to the CIA misbehaving in South America. Well, Russia has been misbehaving all over the world too. It's all basically this. You could say, yeah, I feel very comfortable in saying that they're really infiltrated because it's all over the place now. It's hardly subtle. It's not particularly mysterious. If you see announcements pop up from like TASS, which is the Russian press, basically the Russian government press, they will openly say, oh yeah, those are our guys now. And part of it is because they are trying to further the destruction. But the other part is like, well, yes, obviously that's how it goes. I mean, they've owned Donald Trump for decades. And the part that I wonder about is the political parties in the United States that formerly had, it's wild to watch. I'll just say that. It's wild to watch because, like, political parties formerly had power in the United States. That is really that's taken a big hit. And the Supreme Court in the United States had power, but now that's being undermined too. The Supreme Court had a great deal of power and wanted to pursue its own interests because it had a strong, rather revolutionary style right-wing contingent. And so they had strong opinions and wanted things to happen, but they decided to cooperate with Russian manipulation to get that to happen. Well, now they have gotten some of what they thought they wanted. By the way, the program is still grinding. I am not sure whether I'm going to need to quit the program and restart it and see what I've got, because it's really kind of choking. But anyway, yeah, so the Supreme Court wanted to have right-wing stuff happen, and they were very strongly motivated to do this. And so, oh, hey, it came alive. Check it out. Look at that. It got there. I'm going to let it rest a little bit, but I am going to, we can delete this. I'm going to do a quick save and a build, and I missed something. What have I missed? Oh, I know what I missed. Hang on. Let's go back over to here. We can see the computer gradually slowing down. It finally got through with its thing. I have this variable spacing. That needs to be defined up top here. See? Spacing equals floor overall scale. And then it's going to be 2 or 4, but it can be a maximum of 16. And that needs to be defined up here. And if we define it up there, then it'll work. Yeah, listen to how the computer is quieted down now. It feels much better now that it's finished its chaos. I'm sure America will feel much better once it resolves its chaos. But right now, where things are at is, again, I was finishing up with what has happened to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court wanted crazy right-wing things to happen. Instead, what's happened is Russia is now betraying the Supreme Court as well, because the Supreme Court requires an appearance of honesty in order to function. They run the legal system, but it is limited to them having enough popular approval to be considered legitimate, because the legal system is one thing, but then if the guys right at the top go, lol, nope, we're going to make everything a royalty, oops, people won't necessarily accept that, and they will go to other branches of government to have the Supreme Court changed or expanded, or something will happen that other branches will ask the judicial system to straighten its crap out. Oh, we don't necessarily get on the... This hasn't been about the battlefield for a while. Besides, Europe is stepping into that, so hopefully we can but hope that things don't get too stupid. But yeah, what happened to the Supreme Court was they did these right-wing things because they thought that that was what they needed to do. And most recently, that State of the Union thing that Trump did, I didn't watch it, but I paid attention to what people were saying about it. And after he had finished doing his little talk, which I don't really need to listen to what he claimed, because a lot of it's lies anyhow, he mingled with people afterwards and walked up to the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court and said, Thanks for everything, really, seriously, thanks for everything, I won't forget. He's not supposed to act like that with the Supreme Court because they're supposed to be, nonpartisan. But for Trump to openly, filmed by CNN was filming it, he walked right up to the Chief Justice while news cameras filmed him and said, hey, dude, thanks for the solid, thanks for rigging everything for me. I'm not going to forget, I really owe you one now. That harms the legitimacy of the Supreme Court very much. They really need to act unpartisan. And again, I think some of those guys are being directed by Russia or just prodded in whatever direction. Trump basically needs to be fed dumb ideas or just indulged in his stuff. There are certain people like Tucker Carlson who I think are smart agents, and Trump is not. He's a wrecking ball. But yeah, if you need a functioning right-wing Supreme Court to accomplish making a tyranny, Trump just undermined that. He undermined the legitimacy of the Supreme Court. He's been undermining the legitimacy of the government, the effectiveness of his own people to put in massive changes to the government. Basically, these guys are doing unpleasant things in such desperate haste that it reduces their effectiveness for doing those things. And that's kind of where it stands. Like, every day, there's some new craziness going on. And it's designed to make people freak out and start, throwing things that go boom. And a lot of the people that could be made to do that are checked out, and they're like, all of this is nonsense. And all of it is nonsense because it's designed to produce negative actions that are enough to, like, I don't know, get the army involved so that the army goes to war on American citizens. But that's not necessarily going to happen because American citizens aren't making that big of a mess. And that's maybe the best thing that we could be doing right now. The best thing that we could be doing is acknowledge that the government of the United States, the administration of the United States, is not trustworthy, is essentially captured. And the bureaucracy of the United States does not necessarily automatically do everything the government says. The military of the United States swears, and I'm talking the officer corps. The officer corps swears an oath to the Constitution, not the civilian authority. The enlisted people swear an oath to the Constitution and the president. The officer corps specifically do not, for just this kind of reason. So all of the systems are going to be struggling a lot. And if things turn particularly, like if things don't turn nasty, then we're going to be struggling onwards like through the mud, basically. But the way, Grants, the very same government that's getting dismantled by Elon Musk disproportionately hires and takes care of veterans. The same jobs that are getting attacked by Musk, who is not an official government employee. Trump says that he does, but then that undermines some of the legal cases in which they're arguing that Musk is not. And they talk about, we're getting rid of all the bad performers. What they've done is they have a loophole by which they can fire all of the provisional employees. Provisional employees is anybody that has taken a new position in the last year. That includes promotions. So, like, large quantities of the best people working in the government doing the best job are randomly being let go. And absolutely, Jonathan, DEI helps veterans. DEI also helps the government and the military and so on be more diverse, which is a strength. It is not a weakness to not be just this monoculture of people who all think the same way. It is a strength to have lots of different Americans represented, and the better we can wrap our heads around that, the better. World War II, people were able to do that very well. World War II, you had you probably don't know about this one. I'll tell you this story and then I'm going to get back to work. Have you ever heard of the Tuskegee Airmen? Tuskegee Airmen were a black air squadron because they needed pilots and so on so bad. And there was an entire squadron, again, Tuskegee Airmen in the Air Force, who were a black squadron. There was a competition in the Air Force for some kind of stunt flying thing. And the competition was held, and the Tuskegee Airmen slayed and won all of the prizes, at which point the military pretended the competition had not happened. It's really a long-going thing, these struggles. But if you know the story of the Tuskegee Airmen, you also know that they competed in that competition, demolished the competition, beat all of the white squadrons, and then the whole thing got disbanded because it was too embarrassing to the military leadership who were struggling with their racism and so on. But yeah. And yeah, these are wild times, and the extent to which we can hang on to the stuff that we have and keep things reasonably stable and care for each other on a community-oriented level, that to that extent people will get through. You know how, we've been supporting Ukraine against Russia's invasion and all of that kind of stuff, and now America has essentially sided with Russia instead of Ukraine, and would be directly supporting Russia to the extent that Trump could get away with it. However, Europe has produced about half of the support for Ukraine up to now. America promised like 10 times more, but most of that is giving government contracting work to people in America, and not all of it came through. So up to now, Europe has already delivered about half of what Ukraine has, and they are ramping up hardcore for getting heavily involved because they have to. They have no choice in the matter. America's not there to do that. It can't be trusted to do that. And if Ukraine falls, Europe's next. They know that. So it's very simple, really. And it's not simply a matter of, oh, America has given up and therefore all is lost. No, that's not how any of this works. America didn't come through with most of its promises, and Ukraine's still there fighting. And then Alex, why the people lose their job? Because Elon Musk's people are trying to fire the federal government. And they are not having their way in court. So they are trying to do as much as they can outside the law, which is not necessarily going to work. And all the things that are being done are essentially my take on it. I can't back up all of this, but I think what you'll find is that all of this that is being done is Russia making its puppets destroy the United States as hard as it possibly can by any means necessary before it's too late and people clue in and stop them doing it. And so we've got the federal employees being fired except for when they're not because it's illegal, or the provisional employees being fired regardless of whether they were no good or whether they had just been promoted because they were amazing. And the, all of that food aid stuff, firstly, that's American soft power. That is America donating mass quantities of food to places that need it. China does exactly the same thing. China can continue to do that, in fact. There's no reason to expect that China will not step in and take up all of the soft power, and everybody is going to love China because they will feed the world. Because that's soft power. Rather than conquest, they're just the ones bringing food to places that desperately need it. America used to do that, and all of the U.S. aid stuff got fired, basically. What that also means is that is how American farmers have been sustained, by subsidies from the United States government. Please grow us all of this food, which we will pay for, and then we will send it to like Africa or whatever. So we have not yet seen the degree of economic devastation from all this stuff being shut off, because the people who voted in the get rid of that nasty government and replace it with private industry typically do not know that they are the primary recipients of the government support and subsidies and so on. Or if they do know, they don't think it's going to apply to them. And a lot of them are really on the front lines as far as they will suffer and experience bad consequences from all this stuff getting shut down. And that will affect their levels of faithfulness to their right-wing leaders. They only like the right-wing leaders as long as the leaders are not upsetting their apple cart. As soon as things turn really sour economically for these people who expect to be able to buy $80,000 pickup trucks and so on and run their farm, that stops. The faith in the right-wing leaders doesn't stick around. So, yeah. So, at that point, time to do some coding, because I've got about 15 minutes before thawing out my tacos, because I get to have tacos on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And I bet you I can make the, firstly, quick little build here. In theory, I have one now which has a clipper built in, but now it's clip only 2. Let's see what that sounds like. I should be able to get a nice little crunch, but it won't go quite to 0, and it'll be slightly softened on the attack. Let's see if that's true. Slow it down. There we go. That's clip only 2. It's peaking at 0.4. The side road is okay. I have not done military training, no. I've been a big fan of a guy who almost certainly did. He was a YouTuber who went by Beau of the Fifth Column. And he was a very good connection for all these kinds of things until he burned out because he was posting multiple videos a day for years on end. And then his position got taken over by, I guess, his wife, or at least girlfriend, or Belle, who goes by Belle of the Ranch. Same people, same information. It's just that Beau stopped being the front man. And she has just as good information, and it's the same little collection of YouTuber people. They have the ability to speak to right-wingers, but they have a profoundly left-wing or simply libertarian message. And another person that I listen to is so I already mentioned Beau of the Fifth Column, which is now known as Belle of the Ranch. The other guy I'm thinking of is Harry Litman. Harry Litman has a YouTube channel called Talking Feds. And what it's mainly been is Harry Litman, who is a State Department or Justice Department head lawyer. And now he's basically a guy who knows all manner of stuff about the federal government and knows what's going on and what the Supreme Court is doing and what law things are going on and what matters. When he is either doing a video with a guy from the Midas Touch Network or by himself, he is incredibly good, and all of his YouTube thumbnails are incredibly clickbaity. But as soon as he starts talking, it's not clickbait anymore. He's just normal information. When he is doing his podcast, he's usually bringing on a bunch of mainstream media people who are worthless. So I basically only listen to the stuff that he does when he's not doing a panel discussion. And when he's doing a panel discussion, I'm not interested. So Harry Litman is that guy. As long as he's not doing a panel discussion, he's great. Meanwhile, back to this. There's our gatey sound. There's a sound with some attacks. And again, it's stopping at 0.4, so we do have clip only 2 engaged. That's going to do it. That'll work. We can do the dynamic inversion. Yeah, maybe don't emigrate to... Put it this way. Dude, don't even visit here right now. Seriously. There is a German woman who came here in some kind of thing, and she's been jailed for weeks now. Something like that. Like, no, don't even cross borders. Don't even go from the United States over to Canada and then try to come back. People are getting into trouble trying to do that. It's hunker down, man. Hunker down. Don't mess with stuff like that. Don't fly on planes. The FAA is being attacked. There are more plane crashes around here in the last couple of months than there have been in decades, man. Don't even hunker down. This stuff's getting crazy. Meanwhile, this might be crazy, but it's actually cool. See, attackless. And then you can bring a little bit of in with the dry wet. And we got a really kind of grimy, aggressive sound going on here. And again, like I said before, we can just back off on the compression. And interestingly, since the compression is able to dynamically invert, our extra boost lets us nudge into the compression zone. For a good, beefy, solid sound. Compared to bypass. Kick it in. Getting there. So now that we have that, let's do the stereo version, because the stereo version can use both channels to operate the same volume output. And it'll be very efficient to do as well. So we'll do a little quick final exploration and copy this over to the desktop because we're good. Got there. Going to have 2 of these by the time I'm done with the day. Going to have this, and we're going to have the stereo, which is what the VST will see. And that will be very interesting. So here we are. Time to start cloning stuff over. And zoop. The Bezier calculation includes both left and right, so that's going to come in handy. Let's copy between parameters and this pragma, because this is all we're going to need. I think if I do it this way, it won't even freeze up for half an hour. And if it doesn't freeze up for half an hour, I don't have to talk about American politics for another half an hour. So everybody will be more happy. And again, down here we've got this. And this includes left and right for everything. So this is already going to work for what we want to do. Just got to leave the FBD off because there will be a stereo version of it. Right here. And we've not even saved this because that is not showing up in blue. Once I save it, this stuff will see. I made a little change and it was like, oh yeah, that's a variable. I can do this, and as soon as I hit save, all that stuff turns blue, and Xcode knows these are all variables. We can use all of these things. They're all variables. And over to this, which is going to be expanded into a stereo version. I can probably get that done before I run off to thaw out cheese for my tacos, which I'll be enjoying greatly today. Honestly, like what I was saying with all of the chaos that we're going through and so on, yeah, like, don't try to come to the United States right now. If you're in the United States, don't fly. All that kind of stuff. But damn if I can't still make delicious tacos for dinner. and make plugins people can have for free, open source, no exceptions. If you know, you know. That is my way of staking my claim in certain ways. I am not the noisiest social justice warrior, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, that's good. Justice is good. Learn to like justice. Nothing frickin' wrong with justice. It's good for you, and it's good for the country. And check it out. We have not built things, and we don't have a giant line of errors. Watch this. Delete. Since there weren't all those errors, it was able to do it, and it didn't have any problem. And that's cool. I like that. Here's our reset. Reset contains a bunch of stuff that we need. And reset already works for a stereo version of the program, because BezComp includes left and right, so it does that. And then we're going to go in here and adapt this to what we need it to be. So firstly, this stuff in here. We can't do everything because it's not a stereo version in the mono version. Overall scale, spacing, and then replace all of this stuff, and boop. So that should be good, I think. There's the dry samples. We're not going to need this temp because that's smoothing out control manipulations, and we're not doing control movements. In fact, let's delete all of those things. And now the rest of this is leave that up there as left and right. Leave the dry sample, and let's take everything between the dry sample there and the, well, no, we'll also do the dry wet. And all of this, including this clip-only stuff that's commented out here. And I'll tell you why. Now I don't have to go and type it. There. And now clip-only is a stereo thing, because this bit of it that I can take out here, because that's fine. Just double check that that's the correct place. Yes, it is. So that's still fine. Shouldn't even need to build again because it was all commented out. Alex, yeah, I've been talking positively about Russian dub techno kids for a while. There's this amazing video Kvadrat that's cool to watch. And yeah, there's particular ones I have in mind where, like, if you live there, oh goodness, honey, no, you can't go talking against the government. That's not how that works at all. No point even trying. You will just end up dead or in a gulag or something. But you can make music and you can dance to music and people can continue to exist like that. Like, one of the things about that country is that dissent there has been stomped on for so long that it's really hard to get traction. I mean, it would get traction at the point that Putin actually fails, because a bunch of the oligarchs are mad at him now too. But that's one of the things about, like, dub techno and stuff like that, is you can have feels and you can have some comfort, and you don't have to be running around with a vocal message getting yourself in trouble. You can just make a space to go to. And I value that. I consider that really worthwhile. And I find it very moving. And so I am all in favor of those guys there, because that's what they've got. Like, that's what they can do. They can't do much, but you can still dance. And sometimes that's your freedom. The freedom to try to stay out of trouble and go somewhere and dance until you're exhausted at 4 o'clock in the morning. Can't fault it. Can't fault it. It's awesome. Meanwhile, let's make the dry wet work for right channel as well. Now the dry wet works for right channel as well. And now here we have this stuff. So how do we adapt this? I mean, I'll show you. This is a trick question. I know how I'm going to do it. Well, part of the secret here, we've got this all instantiated, so technically this should work. It just won't do everything right now. But I bet after the initial, it has to build its libraries and stuff, which is what it's doing now. I bet this will build, but it won't quite work yet until I do some changes. So, see, it built. But it's not going to compress yet. Or rather, it will compress the left channel and not the right. So here's what we do. We got dry sample, right? So Bez comp, Bez cycle, that's how it's counting this stuff up. And technically, so I'm figuring out how to implement this. And I think I will want both of the Bezier curves to be constructed, but always to take the... So we're going to kind of do a full-on version of this. I wasn't sure whether I was just going to feed... Well... Okay, so here's where we're at. So this is what I'm currently thinking about. Actually, no, I can't be currently thinking about this because I have to go and defrost my food. So it's 4:05 after all. So tell you what. Let's quickly fire up something recent. I know, I'll just Alien Kittens. Why not? And we'll set this loose on it. And I'll set that playing. That's too fast. So too much compression. Have it kind of thumping like that. So we got a weird dynamic inversion, and then let's make it be mostly dry. And enjoy the weirdly compressed version of Alien Kittens. I'm going to scoot off and get some cheese thawing out so that I can have tacos soon. I'll be right back. So I got my cheese defrosting for the tacos. Isn't it interesting? That's a real dynamic conversion there. And I'm preheating the stove for taco shells. Let's hear what it does with the music coming back in. Very compressed. Very compressed. And if we do this, we can make the kick drums thump more. Yeah, tiny little adjustments do these things. Pretty wild. So out of there, now we're going to try to make a linked stereo version, which will become the VST. So here's where I was at and why I was switching over to main camp to ruminate. I can do this two separate ways. One way is to use just one channel of the Bezier calculations and have that channel be triggered by either of the input things going in. That'll mean that they will tend to average out. It's already Fab's input sample L. So basically what we have there is the ability to have it be the maximum of either input sample L or input sample right, both of them absolute values. That will cause everything to be smoother. That will also cause the Bezier curve to be smoother, and the reconstruction of the Bezier curve will be more free of details, edges, corners, anything like that. However, I could also run two Bezier calculations simultaneously and then do the adjustment at the end of the calculation. What that will do is BezComp BezSamp L and BezComp BezSamp R become two separate things. So the one channel has its own Bezier tracking speed for what's happening on that channel, and the other channel, if it's an entirely separate thing, has its own separately tracking thing. And then on the output, rather than them being just two completely separate things, we take whatever is the louder of either of the two and use that, which means that if one of them is becoming quiet and the other one is becoming loud, there will be a point at which the overall volume, being the maximum of either, will be going down and will suddenly corner and start coming back up. And that'll track the loudest of either channel at any given moment, but in such a way that it will be able to do a sharp corner in the amplitude changing. So what I'm thinking in the process of doing that, and it probably will involve me opening up the end-to-end version as well, is that I don't want to run two simultaneous Bezier curves. I want to run it on whatever is the louder of the two channels in an absolute value, so it's always a positive swing, because that will produce a smoother effect, and that then becomes Bezier smoothed and delayed by how fast the Bezier curve responds. And then it will be reconstructed and applied to both channels indiscriminately. And what that's going to do is take what's already a smooth transit, because remember, when you are operating a compressor, the speed at which you change the volume setting can cause aliasing. What makes this special is that the Bezier curve might not be the exact accurate way of representing any of these things, but it is always the slowest possible cornering speed around any of the corners that it does. And it will acutely resist aliasing. So if I combine the two in the sort of sensor circuit, which is what that is, that can play along with that strength of it, and the reconstruction can be the most free of aliasing or unpleasant noises. I can try it out. If it works, I can remove some of the variables from both of these compressors that will never be used and leave it only calculating on the Bezier L, Bezier Samp L, Bezier CL, BL, AL, and I'll never need to use Bezier CR, BR, or AR because we're doing a linked compression. And I can also remove those things out of the end-to-end version because that doesn't even use a second channel. So let's do it. Let's go and do that right now. First, we got those two things. We can put them in a parenthesis. And we want max. F max is what we're looking for here. Hey, Debbie Mastering. So now we're going to be referring to what is the loudest out of either of the channels, always as an absolute value greater than 0. And that should work just nicely. That'll do it. So now L becomes vulnerable to peaks on either channel. And if both of the channels are kind of bristly and pointy, it's going to tend to smooth that out more than in any other way. Then we do this. And then we simply take this. And guess what? We can just do it twice, but instead, R times this, and R times best makeup. And that should be all we need. We're done. That was it. He says ambitiously, because it's always possible that I made some kind of mistake and everything is still broken. But I will bet you we're done. I'm not going to specify what I'm betting you because I could be wrong. Also, I wonder whether there's an extra space in here. Why is it doing that? Well, nothing is stopping me from just going through and manually taking the space back out. Can totes do that. There we go. Extra space not there anymore. Seems to be doing all the proper things. While I'm at it, oh yeah, and the clipping has to be both channels, but then I've got it as both channels. And let's see, close this, and then we go in here and we're going to take out all of these R's that we don't need. So AL, all that stuff. Because we don't need to have variables that we're not using, and it will never use those right channel variables. Instead, it's simply L in this case is mono, is everything. Let's build it again. And let's jump right back to this one. And do exactly the same thing. By the same token, this will never use the right channel. And that is as easily fixed, although in this case, we do get to delete these. Meaning I also have to, see, it's not there. And I have to scoot up here because then we're assigning them to things that will not be a thing. Do I have intermediate R, or did I already remove that? I know I'm not using it down there. Let's see whether I removed it from there. No, I removed it from there. It's all good. Build that as well. That seems to have succeeded. Close that too. We're going to replace what we have in here with this one that we just built that assigns slightly fewer variables. Because no harm in having it be a little tiny bit more efficient. And now we do this one same way. Of option drag to here, and then drag to there. And in theory, this worked. Let's see how true that is. Firstly, see whether this still works. Sounds like it to me. I think it's making the hi-hat more centered, although you can't hear that because you've got a mono. But it would be making the hi-hat more centered because it's compressing. And stuff on the left channel where the hat isn't is not getting compressed as much as stuff on the right channel. So that's 511, 714, and 1. If we then do the same thing, but we use the stereo. What was that, 717, or I forget what I said. Thereabouts. What do we got? Okay. That is a stereo compression. It's squishing real aggressively, but it's not bringing the hat over to the side because it's compressing both sides in the same way. And I think it's able to make funny sounds like this a lot more cleanly. Oh yeah, no, that's a big beefy drum boy, that is. And the stereo image is way better than the previous one, because it's not swerving around at Bezier curve speeds. Cool. This is lovely. People are gonna like the hell out of this. Hell yeah. People are gonna like the hell out of this. How's that grab you? It's very dependent upon the timing of everything. It's like a crazy little effect going on. Or like taking the fader and of course, dry wet is perfectly legitimate. Manipulating the speed will manipulate when the volume starts to swing up or swing down. And we can also do dumb stuff like this. The dual mono one does a better job of filling the sound with mess, though. So here's an interesting variation, maximum speed. Doing that, I can take off the attack of the snare. And send it backwards into a compressed version of itself. And we don't have to squish it this hard, but we can. So those are some big beefy snare hits right there. It sits pretty well in stereo this way though. And I'm going to say that's because the thing that I was trying with the maximum of the absolute value of the various things, that worked. You can fairly quickly find the correct spot for this stuff, and then you can make little adjustments until it locks in exactly the way you want. This is doing well. A little more wet squishes off the attack a little more. A little faster to make sure it squishes off the attack just right. And in this way, now we have a sort of drum fullness enhancer. Where it's doing that compression thing in a very controlled way. And the ambience around the snare is sitting very appropriately in the stereo field. It's not doing the mess of the end-to-end version. Sitting very accurately the stereo positioning is sitting right where the snare is supposed to be, because after all, it's just volume modulations of a stereo track where the volume modulations are all strictly matched between left and right. And it's even more smoothed than it would be if it was dual mono. So this is surprisingly better than I even anticipated. Time to throw some other kinds of music at it. Let's go whole hog and jump right back into daily noise. See what the stereo version does with a wide variety of terrible noises that are badly mixed. We'll see what we can make it do. See, we got a bunch of stuff that's over loud, a bunch of stuff that's synthetic, stuff that is not actually over loud at all and is just naturally balanced. Off we go for our last half hour. Dry wet, comp, speed, etc. There's our dynamic swell. We got our dynamic inversion going on. So we can pretty easily get that kind of techno pumping going on. If we couldn't, it's literally swinging forwards to hit with the drums. That's neat. Yeah, Florian. Full wet. Trying to see whether I can just barely make it kick in. Neat. Now this is no longer the same tempo, so it's not going to move the same. I am just finishing up Bezier comp. Bezier comp is the first incarnation of what's going to be the compression in console H. I'm working on something which can do wild compressy things with a lot of flexibility and do stuff that is very natural and compression-like, or do stuff that is very creative and, well, listen. Compression. It's doing dynamic inversion. And the thing about it is the way it's doing the dynamic inversion is by calculating out a Bezier curve that is basically moving the fader. And since the Bezier curve is slow, it's able to not hit the attacks, but the motions of the fader are always as smooth as possible with no aliasing from the amplitude changes, which comes in handy when you want to do this. Much too fast. now it's doing a heavy compression, but it's moving a lot faster. Here's the source, and here's the overcompressed version. And if it seems to be too hectic, we can slow it down some more. Now it's trying to be more compressed. And let's skip ahead from that one. So here's dry. But then when we compress this heavily, we can compress it into silence. And the thing about having a Bezier curve do that is the chattering between silence and full volume is all smoothed. So we got a dynamic inversion here, and that's because compression is kicking in too hard. But one of the things that we can do with it, if we dial in the speed where it's like, okay, we got this click, that's the kick drum, but most of it's just a wash. But then if we turn the comp all the way down, we got the original sound back again. So what you can do is bring in only as much compression as will start making it be smushy and wavery. And now you can hear it start to compress and suck energy out. And then use dry wet for a ratio control. And now this still sounds fairly normal. But if we hit bypass, and you kick it in, and then all of a sudden, we can do this very rapid modulation of the compression, but we're doing it according to Bezier curves, meaning that we can never hear an edge on it. Yeah, Florian, exactly. That's exactly what this is. It's the Bezier curve hooked up to a volume envelope. So you always get a particular kind of attack poking out. The attack is always going to be a certain way relative to the speed, and in fact there's no release setting in this one, so it's going to do what it does. Effectively, it has no attack or release setting. It's all based on the speed of how this modulates. We can crank it up until it's obvious what it's doing. I turned it up so much that it's overcompressing to silence again. Although we can do dry wet, we don't have to use comp so that comp hits that medium plane where it's squished. We can use dry wet so that as comp gets squished down to silence, the increasing volume of the dry signal compensates. And that gives us two separate ways to manage the flatness of the compression curve. And again, here's one of them. Squish it until it goes to silence, and then use dry wet to modulate that. Or only use as much compression as you need to so that it will start touching. Thing is, as you overcompress, you hear the speed at which it's happening. Go faster, and we start getting this very distinct modulation that's almost so fast that it's reacting to bass notes. And it's fast enough that the attacks of the drums are no longer hitting as hard. So let's see what we can do with this. Sucker's going to restart in a moment. And here we are. We're modulating it until it's going almost completely silent. And then as we bring tiny amounts of that in, here's our compressed fullness. But you can really hear in that snare. And that's the fully compressed sound. So now let's see what happens when we back that off on the compression. And in fact, let's back it off until it's still obviously warbling, but rarely goes fully silent. See, you got a dynamic inversion there. And then here's our dry wet. So that's now a fairly smooth compressed sound. There's a little bit of extra crunch in everything, and that's because of the nature of the attack speed. But bearing in mind we have clip only 2 for anywhere that it's actually clipping. More wet and a little less comp. So this is an intensely compressed sound, but it doesn't really sound wildly unnatural. But if we hit bypass, not compressed. Let's do a different section. Not this one. So this is what this normally sounds like. So that's interesting. That was kind of quick. I rather quickly got to a compressed point that sounded basically okay. Raw sound is like this. Okay, interesting. Here's what the fully compressed sound is like. Huh. We can compress it until everything is complete silence, except for the occasional pause. Interesting things to learn. Here's one with a real swing to it. And a pretty extended, like most of it is so loud that it can easily squish everything into silence. However, oh yeah, this is the one with the fake horn. Hear what I'm doing? I'm trying to get a sort of swinging, swelling up compression quality. And then I can bring in dry wet to facilitate it. Let's increase the compression until it's silencing itself better. I'm probably blowing the sorry about that. I'm blowing air onto the microphone. So that's the dynamic behavior I would want for the gate comp. And now what I'm going to do is go into dry wet and start it out as mainly dry and start bringing that behavior in over the top of the existing track. I'm also going to pull back compression a little tiny bit. Console H will have this on the master bus too, for what that's worth. Still a little too obvious. You can hardly tell it's doing anything, but it totally is. Maybe it's too subtle though, so let's try another one. Let's see what we can make this do. So when it's doing this, is it acting too fast or too slow? I'm gonna say when it's doing this, it's moving a little too fast. So let's slow it down until it syncs up with the sound. Maybe that's a little slower than it needs to be. So there we go. We have a surging compression smash going on. And the source was this. Which is a fairly normal-ish throbbing stuff going on. But we can make the underlying weight of it more aggressive that way. This is definitely along the lines of lower speed stuff. I'm definitely going to go in and see whether I can find something that'll be interesting for higher speed compression, because I'm sure I've got something in here that will seem good. Not this. God, excuse me. Dinner soon enough. Tiny little adjustments make such a difference here. Yeah, like check out that. That's maybe not the greatest drum playing in the world, but you can kind of hear what it did. I locked in exactly the right speed to where the attack of those drums was triggering the right interaction with the drum sustain. So now what we've got at full crank is like a sustain-y drum thing going on. Again, this is my rototoms and stuff. It's not that the music is... Like, here's the raw music. Not like the music is any good, but... Alright, let's go back to the beginning, because I know it was doing all those rolls all over the place. Dial it in just right. It's kind of swinging and emphasizing things. And I can get a nice bloom on those giant toms. In fact, let me go and find them and loop them. The rest of this doesn't have that much going on. So yeah, ringy rototoms. Full effect. This is about the speed. Slightly more compression. Slightly more speed, slightly more compression. Wait, what am I doing? I got it in bypass. Let me fix that. There we go. Now things are going to get silly now that I've got it engaged. There we go. My apologies. I don't know how long I was adjusting it in bypass. It's 4:54. It's almost time for my dinner. Even if I was being silly with this, listen to what it is. Now it's compressing. Quite obviously. And then the dry wet. Very sustainy there. Let's see what else we can do. A little less compression this time. So if I set that up right, and then if I was compressing it much faster, so now we're taking the attack off. And let's just keep increasing the compression until we're really dynamically inverting it. Just mixing with the drums and everything, I mean the bass, but pretty neat. Arguably more compressed than it needs to be. I can show you our last little burst. I don't have any vocals on this album, but I've got some vocals in this sound files. Listening for those tom-toms again. I'm pretty sure what's happening is I'm trying to make the bass chase the drum solos and failing. But that's okay, I tried. Yeah, I'm trying valiantly to make the bass guitar chase the drum solos. Kind of cool sounding. steps on the bass pretty hard, mind you. But that's because the speed is getting so accelerated. Not too crazily different from the bypass, but you can definitely hear it's doing its thing. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. And on to another track of some kind. As the speed goes up, things get a little silly. It sounds like when you crank it up so that it's really squished like this, and then you go to more dry, you can really get that overstuffed compression kind of sound. It's okay to have it very fast. As long as it's not too wet. And then you can get that sort of squishy sound. Speaking of which, yeah, it was some guitar overload for sure. Vocals, you say, at 4:58, or 5 by my actual clock. We'll finish up with a glimpse of vocal.
Recognize the passing of, sing it not for never.
What do we got here? Bezier comp.
Sing it not for never.
So high speed, we can really invert it.
Recognize the passing of seasons. Seasons, for a precious time, we love beyond reason, reason. Please don't shed a tear, nor shall I for what was mine.
So I'm not sure it likes the high speed as much.
Sing it not for never.
A voice is something where you can really hear if it's doing it wrong.
Don't shed a tear,
so let's crank up at full wet and play with the speed a little bit.
Sing it not for never.
Okay, that's a little smoother.
But for once upon a time, don't you recognize the passing of
Does seem to be able to dynamically invert.
seasons? For a precious time, we love beyond reason, reason. Please don't shed a tear.
So if we can do this, we can turn comp down until it does not step on the voice quite as much as that. But if we can do this, we can also use dry wet, and that's going to tend to bring out only the bits that stick out. And it'll be interesting to hear what that does. Because that's an alternate possibility. The alternate possibility is let the compression stomp all of the voice, but it's letting the consonants and sibilances and things poke out.
Please don't shed a tear, nor shall I for what was mine.
So this is with that same compression on.
Sing it not for never, but for once upon a time. Don't you recognize the passing of seasons?
So that's interesting.
Seasons. For a precious time, we love beyond reason.
We can make
Reason.
all of the little details of the voice
Please don't shed a tear,
stick way out above the belting.
nor shall I for what was mine.
That could come in useful.
Sing it. Reason.
And all the breathing is jumping way
Please
out
don't
too.
shed a tear.
So let's see, what else can we do with this? Full wet again. Thursday. I'm gonna come around Thursday.
But for once upon a time,
Okay, let's speed it up.
don't you recognize the passing of seasons?
How fast can I make it?
Seasons. For a precious time, we love beyond reason. Reason. Please don't shed a tear,
I'm speeding it up as much as I can,
nor shall I for
so
what
as
was
much
mine.
of this little edges of things are poking out, while still
Sing it not for never,
having it be able to silence itself when I belt.
but for once upon a time. Please don't shed a tear, nor shall I for what was mine.
Can I go faster?
Sing it not for never, but for once upon a time. Don't you recognize the passing of seasons? Seasons. For a precious time, we love beyond reason.
So that's a serious dynamic inversion.
Reason. Please don't shed a tear, nor shall I for what was mine.
But it's modulating real quick now.
Sing it not for never, but for once upon a time. Don't you recognize the passing of seasons?
And bear in mind, I
Seasons.
can drive the compression into silence and then make it up with dry
Precious
wet.
time, we love beyond. For a precious time, we love beyond reason. Reason. Please don't shed a tear.
We've got a little reverb
nor
because
shall
we've got
I
a
for
room.
what was mine. Sing it not for never, but for once upon a time. Don't you recognize the passing of seasons? Seasons. For a precious time, we love beyond
Bear in mind,
reason.
this is already compressed.
Reason.
This ran a distressor when I recorded it.
Please don't shed a tear,
However,
nor shall I for what was mine.
this is what it started as with the distressor.
Sing it not for never, but for once upon a time.
Now when I turn on Bezier comp,
Don't you recognize the passing of seasons? Seasons. For a precious time, we love beyond reason.
now it doesn't necessarily sound all that compressed, but all of the breathing
Please
is
don't
way
shed a
louder now.
tear, nor shall I for what was mine.
And if I pull it back
Sing it not for never,
so that the loudest
but for
bits
once
aren't
upon a
necessarily
time.
compressing it into silence,
Don't you recognize the passing of seasons?
and then I can also slow it down so that some of the detail around the attacks are heightened.
For a precious time we love beyond reason. Reason, please don't shed a tear, nor shall I for what was mine.
So that's a lot of compression.
Sing it not for never, but for once upon a time. Don't you recognize
So we can
the
add just
passing
enough
of
compression
seasons?
that all the
Seasons,
little breaths and everything
for a precious time we love beyond
are emphasized
reason.
way beyond the belting.
Reason, please don't shed a tear, nor shall I for what was mine.
Yeah.
Sing it not for never, but for once upon a time.
Without?
Don't you recognize the passing of seasons? Seasons,
Yeah, kind of get some of it there.
don't you recognize the passing of seasons? Seasons,
That's wild. That's a really transparent way to rapidly run the fader so that all your little breaths or details are brought way up relative to the loud bits. I have not tried it with a reverb before comp, but we're not going to do that because it's 5:10 and it's time for me to go and have tacos. I will say, in my defense, I think I've earned them today. That would be my hope. So now we have 5 plugins, except for Bezier Comp. It counts as mono and the stereo count as one. So 4 plugins to add to my list. On that ground, I'll see you folks in a couple of days. I'm going to show back up on probably one good thing to do on Thursday. I should be doing these decrackle and denoise plugins I'd like to work on. In particular, I'd love to get a decrackle up and working, even though that might take all day on Thursday. But I'd love to get a decrackle up and working so that I can get more enthusiasm for getting back into posting vinyl record stuff. There's record stuff that I could post, which would be great for people to hear, but it was more crackly than I liked. I tended to be posting things that are relatively uncrackly, but I've got stuff that's really worth hearing that's a little on the older side. And it would be nice to be able to fix that. Plus, if I am able to fix it with a decrackle plugin, everybody else can have it too. And who knows, maybe it can be competitive like Cedar or something. But that's a concern for another day. For now, I'll talk to you later, and I'll see you on Thursday, anybody who comes. Bye-bye.